Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the playing of the national anthem and the reading of the invocation. Mayor Davis, you're muted.
Didn't want there to be feedback during the national anthem. So as we come together today, we recognize the great responsibilities laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us also not forget those who've served our community and who are no longer with us, so we continue to do the work that we must in their memory. Please be seated. So tonight we have, in terms of administrative staff, clerk staff, we have the city clerk, Tanya Daniels, and she has assistance tonight from Emma Vokes. So Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councillor Weaver.
Present.
Councillor Vanderstelt.
Present.
Councillor Utley.
Present.
Councillor Sless.
Present.
Councillor McCurry.
Here.
Councillor Martin.
Here.
Councillor Carpenter.
Here.
Councillor Antosky.
Here.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Present.
Councillor Wall.
Present.
And Mayor Davis.
Present. So as we always do at this stage of the meeting, and I would like to remind the council and our viewing public that there are a few procedural rules for virtual meetings that allow the meetings to operate as efficiently as possible. So all members shall remain muted during the meeting to reduce feedback. All web cameras for council members shall remain turned on through the duration of the meeting to ensure that you count for quorum. Staff will be requested to join the meeting by video link to answer any questions from council members as they arise. Any member of council should indicate they wish to speak by pressing the raised hand button on the participant list screen, which actually I should, sorry, just gotta move that over. And in the event of a connection or service interruption occurs that affects the quorum of city council, we will attempt to reestablish connection to achieve quorum, but if we can't do that after 15 minutes, then the meeting will automatically be adjourned. All members of council participating via online video conference will vote using eScribe, and the clerk will announce the results at the end of each vote. And members of the public who've registered as delegates will take part electronically, most via webcam, some by telephone. All rules for delegations under the city's procedural rule bylaw otherwise apply. So we'll move first in declarations of conflict of interest. I'll go first to Councilor McCurry. I believe you have two conflicts. So if you'd like to declare them, please.
That's correct, Mayor. Firstly, 13.3.1 and secondly, 13.3.6. And the reason for both is the same, because I own a property which is in the planning notification district for these two projects.
Thank you. Councilor Vanderstelt, I understand you have three conflicts you wish to declare on items on tonight's agenda?
I do, Mr. Mayor. The same two to begin with, 13.3.1. We have an ARB that is very close to that build. 13.3.6 is also too close, within 200 meters. And 13.3.2, we own and operate an Airbnb, so it is in conflict as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So other members, does anybody wish to declare a pecuniary interest in respect to any item that's on tonight's agenda? If so, raise your hand electronically. So seeing no raised hands, we'll move into, we're going to start the meeting off with an annual meeting, which we don't generally do at council. It's typically done as part of the social services meeting, but we couldn't get to it at our last social services meeting. We ran out of time. So we're going to start off with an annual general shareholder meeting for the Brantford Local Housing Corporation. And many viewers may wonder what that is. It's a housing corporation, and it's subject to the Business Corporations Act. And the shareholder in the corporation is the City of Brantford. And the corporation owns 864 units of social housing assets. And these units were downloaded from the province to the City of Brantford as the sole shareholder and service manager back in 2001, when the authority and jurisdiction for housing was downloaded from the province to the municipalities. And these are the oldest residential units we have in our city. They were built predominantly in the late 60s and early 70s. So you can imagine there's a lot of work that goes into maintaining these buildings and units in a good state of repair for the citizens of Brantford and also the county of Brant, because the service is operated jointly with the county. Management of the housing portfolio is provided through the Housing and Homelessness Services Department of Community Services and Social Development. The portfolio consists of high-rise and low-rise apartment buildings, townhouses, and detached homes. We're currently in the process of selling the detached homes upon tenant vacancy, and that's in order to create a pool of funds that we can use to build higher density units. There are over 2,600 residents made up mainly of households with children, singles or couples without dependents, and of course seniors who call these buildings their home. These households pay rent geared to income, which is approximately 30% of gross monthly household income. Social assistance recipients pay rent based on social assistance rent scales. Housing and Homelessness Services staff provides day-to-day property management, rent collection, building maintenance, lease enforcement, and capital asset management functions. Tenants living in these units have a range of service requirements that may include eviction prevention services, mediation, and problem solving in order to remain successfully as a tenant of one of our buildings. So this is an annual general meeting, and we have sort of an omnibus resolution that we always consider an annual meeting. And I believe, Councillor Weaver, you're going to move that resolution. Would you please confirm that and then read the resolution?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am the mover, and seconded by Councillor Dan McCreary, who is also the vice chair of the Social Service Committee. And it reads as follows: that the report for the Board of Directors of the Brantford Local Housing Corporation regarding the 2021 annual general meeting be received, and B, that the unaudited financial statements of the Brantford Local Housing Corporation as of December 31st, 2020 be adopted, and that the financial financial records of the LHC continue to form part of the city's overall external audit in lieu of the LHC's own external audit. And C, that the Corporation of the City of Brantford, as sole shareholder of the LHC, consents to the exemption of the requirement to appoint an auditor for the financial year for the corporation ending December 31st, 2021, pursuant to Section 148 of the Business Corporation Act. And D, that the following persons be appointed to the LHC Board of Directors for a term to expire at the close of the annual general meeting. And that is 1, City Mayor Davis; 2, City Councillor Weaver; 3, City Councillor Sless; 4, City Councillor McCreary; 5, City Councillor Antosky; and 6, City Councillor Wall; and County Mayor Bailey, County Councillor LaFerriere, County Councillor Bell, County Councillor Miller, and E, that the following incumbents have been appointed as officers of the Brant and Brantford Local Housing Corporation by the directors, be ratified in their respective positions listed. President is the mayor, vice president, chair of Social Service Committee. Chief executive officers are the general manager of Community Services and Social Development. Treasury banking signing officers, the city treasurer. The secretary is the city clerk or designate. And signing officers is the president and vice president. And F, that the shareholders approve the minutes of the 2020 annual general meeting held June 23rd, 2020, as recorded at a meeting of Brantford City Council on June 23rd, 2020, which were adopted by the city council at a meeting of Brantford City Council on August 25th, 2020. You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weaver. Any discussion on the resolution? Yes, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, just a procedural question. Since this is normally done at social services, is it just the members of social services committee that'll be voting on this, or all of council?
I believe it's all of council, not usually because we're not all members of social service committee, but due to fortunate circumstances, we're all members. But let's have the clerk, if you could please confirm that.
Yeah, certainly. So through the mayor, the item that was not able to be done at social services is actually a different AGM. So this is an AGM that is before council, and all members should be voting accordingly.
There we go. That's the answer to that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on this item?
Item 5, being the Brant and Brantford Local Housing Corporation Annual General Shareholder Meeting, has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll now move into the separation of items that are contained in the committee reports that are being separated for discussion purposes. We already have a long list of items that have already been separated. I'll just name them off. We've got 13.11, that's a Brantford Brant waiting list information update, request by Councillor Weaver. 13.1.4, Housing Development Progress, Affordable Housing Action Plan, the Housing Master Plan, Councillor Weaver. 13.2.13, the Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force, there's a delegate. The application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1020 and draft plan of condominium, that's 10 Jubilee Ave. There's a conflict of interest, Councillors McCurry and Vanderstel. Similarly, in respect to zoning bylaw 16090, in respect to short-term rental accommodations, conflict of interest, Councillor Vanderstel. Then there's 13.3.6, draft plan of condominium for 248 Grand River Ave. And that's because we do have a delegation, and there's also the conflict of interest in Councillors McCurry and Vanderstel. Then there's 13.4.2, capital project updates, federal gas tax allocations. And we have a delegate in respect to that matter. Also, bylaw 128/2021, that'll be moved up following the debate on item 13.42 as there's a delegation for the same item. 13.4.3, the casino funds update. That's being separated, as I like to put on the floor an amendment, at which point Councillor Wall will assume the chair. So does anybody have anything else they'd like separated? Nope. Once. Raise your hand electronically. Twice. 3 times. That's it. So we have our list of separated items. So Councillor Antosky, would you please move the motion to approve all items in committee's report 13.1 through to 13.4 that were not separated for discussion purposes?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carpenter, that all items contained within the committee reports, item 13.1 to 13.4, not separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of the items that we're about to vote on?
Certainly. So the matter subject to this vote from your Social Services Committee, 13.1.2, HIFIS Annual and First Quarter Report and Homelessness by Name List Information Update. 13.1.3, Live Well Brantford Brant Q1 Quarterly Report. From your Committee of the Whole Operations and Admin, 13.2.1, Ada Avenue and Palmerston Avenue, temporary full closure. 13.2.2, non-competitive procurement of consultant services for the water and wastewater financial plan update. 13.2.3, Bill Homestead National Historical Site Policies Review. 13.2.4, restoration of the Brant War Memorial. 13.2.5, proposed flagpole location for the City Hall events. 13.2.6, Brantford Police Services Facility Redevelopment Funding Sources. 13.2.7, final report, City Accommodation Task Force. 13.2.8, Wastewater Operations 2020 Annual Summary Report. 13.2.9, 2020 Municipal Cultural Plan Annual Report. 13.2.10, 2020 Year-End Economic Update. 13.2.11, Water Wastewater High Bill, 300 King George Road, Unit H7, Shoeless Joe's. 13.2.12, Municipal Asset Management Program. From your Committee of the Whole Community Development, 13.3.3, Brantwood Park Road Cycle Lanes. 13.3.4, Part Lot Control Reef application for 522 to 540 Gray Street. 13.3.5, Power Attorney Resources Additional Information. From your Finance Committee, 13.4.1, Paramedic Services Revised 2020 Budget Submission Timeline. 13.4.4, Quarterly Status Report of Contracts Awarded. 13.4.5, Quarterly Reserve and Reserve Fund Update. Those are all your items subject to this vote.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. So would you please take the vote then on these items?
All items not separated for discussion purposes have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. All right, so we have no statutory public hearings or recognitions of achievement for this meeting, but we do have a number of proclamations plus wish by Councillor Carpenter to add another declaration that didn't meet the time limit. So why don't we deal with that first, Councillor Carpenter? Could you please put on the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councilor Cheryl Nantoski, that sections 15.11.5 of Chapter 15 of the City of Brantford Municipal Code be waived in order to introduce proclamation without prior notice, and that the proclamation for World Elder Abuse Awareness Day be included as 9.6 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote? Note that it does, of course, require 2/3 vote.
The motion to waive the rules to include the item 9.6 in proclamations has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we have a sixth proclamation added to the agenda for this evening. I believe Councillor Martin, you got the motion to approve the proclamations.
I do, thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that the following proclamations be approved. 9.1, Brantford Pride Month. 9.2, Deafblind Awareness Month. 9.3, Bike Month. 9.4, National Public Works Week, May 16th to 22, Stronger Together. 9.5, National Access Awareness Week, May 30 to June 5th. And World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, 9.6.
So we'll have them read out then before we take the vote. Councillor Wall, you have the first one, item 9.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 9.1, Brantford Pride Month. Whereas June 1st is a kickoff day for the month of Brantford Pride 2021, and whereas in its 11th year, the Bridge and Brantford Pride Committee invites all individuals to join together to make our local community a diverse, safe, and proud city. And whereas inclusiveness is embraced by the community to support the physical, mental, spiritual, and social well-being of all its members, including the two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer community. And whereas there is a need to recognize that a community is made up of many diverse and unique groups, and that equity means a better life for all. And whereas the two-spirited lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer community would like to annually celebrate Brantford Pride Month as they and their allies strive to create a healthy and safe environment now and in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims June 2021 as Brantford Pride Month.
Thank you. So we'll now have Councillor Antosky, if you would read item 9.2.
My apologies. Thank you, Mayor. Whereas deafblindness is a unique disability that incorporates the loss of both sight and hearing, individuals who are deafblind can live full, meaningful lives as independently as possible with the right supports in place, such as an intervener services. And whereas Sensity provides intervener services for children and adults across Ontario delivered by our staff of professional interveners, we also provide intervener training to ensure our standards meet the needs of the deafblind community. And whereas on December 21st, 2000, the Ontario Legislature officially proclaimed the month of June in each year as Deaf Blind Awareness Month to recognize that deafblindness is a unique disability that incorporates the sensory loss of both sight and hearing, and was created to help recognize that increased public awareness of this disability is crucial to increase opportunities for those who live with it. And whereas the Canadian Senate passed a motion on May 28, 2015, also recognizing June as Deafblind Awareness Month across Canada, this motion helps to promote public awareness of deafblind issues and to recognize the contribution of Canadians who are deafblind. And whereas June is also the birth month of Helen Keller, an internationally recognized person who is deafblind, and whereas Sensity's head office is located in Paris, Ontario, with programs based in Brantford to assist residents who are deafblind. And whereas Sensity is an affiliated partner with W. Ross Macdonald School for the Blind that provides intervener services to individuals that are deafblind or experiencing sensory loss when they reach their final year of education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims June as Deafblind Awareness Month in the City of Brantford.
Great, thank you. So, Councillor Weaver, if you could read proclamation 9.3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to. It's Bike Month. Whereas June is Bike Month in Ontario and is celebrated in communities across the province. And whereas the bicycle is an economic, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool of recreation and enjoyment of the City of Brantford's scenic beauty. And whereas throughout the month of June, the residents of the City of Brantford will experience the joys of bicycling through increased commuter cycling, running errands by bicycling, or by simply getting out and going for a ride. And whereas workplace that support and encourage employees to commute by bike have the noted benefit of increasing employee productivity, reducing employee turnover, a boosted corporate image, and overall happier and more satisfied employees. And whereas more use of the bicycle for transportation can improve the quality of life for citizens in Brantford. And whereas the Brantford Road and Trail System attracts cyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, and tourism benefits. And whereas Brantford is home to a strong and growing cycling culture, an expanded infrastructure network, state-of-the-art facilities like the Brantford Rotary Bike Park, and home of three sections of the Trans-Canada Trail that attract thousands of cross-country, regional, and local bicyclists each year. And whereas creating a bicycle-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life. And growing the economy of Brantford attracts tourism, dollars, improves traffic safety, supports student learning outcomes, and reduces pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas the City of Brantford is promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council for the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaim the month of June as Bike Month in the City of Brantford, and be it further resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford encourages all residents to participate in Bike Month and reminds all citizens to share the road safely with bicyclists. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Edley, if you could read the National Public Works Week.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. National Public Works Week, May 16 to the 22nd, Stronger Together. Whereas the City of Brantford Public Works Commission is comprised of dedicated professionals with a focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and anyone who has an invested interest in Brantford to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and whereas National Public Works Week, May 16 to the 22nd, 21, was celebrated along with representatives of the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association and other cities all across North America in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. And whereas in celebration of this important week, His Worship Mayor Kevin Davis raised the flag in honor of National Public Works Week on Monday, May the 17th at City Hall. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby acknowledges and proudly celebrated the week of May 16 to the 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week in the City of Brantford. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Utley. Councillor Van Tilburg, you have the National Access Awareness Week.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. National Access Awareness Week. Whereas 15.9% of Ontario's population is living with some form of disability, and that number is expected to increase. And whereas disability awareness and education is important to create a culture of better understanding towards persons with disabilities. And whereas the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, AODA, was given royal assent in 2005, mandating that standards regarding accessibility shall be developed, implemented, and be under enforcement by 2025. And whereas standards in the areas of customer service, information, communication, employment, transportation, and the built environment have been legislated to remove and prevent barriers. And whereas the City of Brantford has adopted the principles of universal design and the Brantford Facilities Accessibility Design Standards, FADS, for all future buildings and renovations of the city facilities. And whereas the City of Brantford has an active accessibility advisory committee with a mandate to eliminate barriers which prevent individuals with disabilities from fully participating in our community. And whereas the City of Brantford has been taking positive steps towards the attainment of more universally accessible city, of a more universally accessible city for all residents and visitors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Brantford, that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims the week of May 30th to June 5th, 2021 as National Awareness Week in the City of Brantford.
Thank you, Councillor Van Tilburg. And the last one, the World Elder Abuse, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day Proclamation. Whereas the City of Brantford seniors are valued, contributing members of society and deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Whereas the City of Brantford's 2021-22 council priorities include a commitment to support older adults through age-friendly programs and initiatives. Whereas the City of Brantford works collaboratively with the Elder Abuse Awareness Committee to support the goals of the community strategy to prevent and address elder abuse. And whereas the Brant Elder Abuse Awareness Committee facilitates educational workshops that raise awareness of elder abuse and develop tools and resources that support residents and service providers in the community. Whereas Tuesday, June 15, 2021 is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Now therefore be resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford proclaims June 15, 2021 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the City of Brantford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on approving these proclamations?
Councillor Wall, we're just waiting on your response. All proclamations have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
We'll move then to item 10, which is the presentation delegations. I'd like to remind those in the meeting today that this is a city council meeting and that there are rules of decorum that apply as set forth in the city's procedural bylaw, which include no person shall display any sign or barrier or placard in the meeting other than materials that, in the opinion of the chair, are legitimate audiovisual aids as necessary in connection with the presentation to be made to council. All persons present shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from the use of any language or the making of any gesture that is disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing council shall speak only on the subject in debate and shall not speak to any other subject. No person shall applaud participants in the debate or engage in conversation or behavior that may disrupt the proceedings of council. 15.62, public input and participation. No delegation shall be permitted to address the following matters: labor relations or employment negotiations. Litigation is either expected to proceed that is currently proceeding or has already been decided by a trier of fact. Tenders, RFPs, or other procurement matters, and any other matter that's properly subject of the open meeting exceptions in the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. So we have 3 delegations on the agenda for tonight. We're moving to the first one, and we have with us tonight, in respect to the draft plan of condominium for the 248 Grand River Ave. The delegation consists of Mr. Hitchon of the Watchers Hold'em Hitchon firm, AJ Kushnick from Lanewood Development Group, and Robert Phillips from JH Kuhn Engineering Limited. So, gentlemen, you now have 10 minutes inclusive of questions. AJ, go.
Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor Davis, members of the City Council, staff members, and attendees from public. For the record, my name is AJ Kaushik. I work with the applicant, Lanewood Development Corporation. Today, I have with me Mr. Jay Hitchon, our legal consultant, and our engineering consultant, Mr. Bob Phillips. As some of you know, Multani Group has been building in this city since 1987. They have been involved in a number of affordable housing projects in the city, and they currently own at least 2 projects in the city of Brantford, which are affordable housing projects. The applicant, Lanewood Development Corporation, I think council is familiar with the applicant because we have been to this council a couple of times. The council first supported this project in 2014, and when we got our funding from Small Communities Fund, as well as the Brownfield Support Fund. Some of the council members may be aware that this project was to clean up a brownfield, which was right beside Grand River, and to develop affordable housing over there. Specifically, we have built 132 units of affordable housing in this particular building. As we all know, there is an urgent need for this type of units in our community, and the project is going to fulfill a much needed demand in our community. The building is under certain municipal housing commitments, such as municipal housing facilities agreement, which will run for a period of 20 years. We also have obligations under the agreements that we have signed under the Small Communities Fund. The current application in front of the council is to approve a plan of condominium This plan of condominium will allow the applicant to obtain appropriate financing, as well as it will allow us the flexibility to efficiently manage our building. We believe that this will allow us to also build further rental buildings within our communities, for which there's a huge demand, as we all know. Today, we are asking this council to support our application so we can achieve our objectives. We believe that we have a good basis within the Planning Act, and we believe that there is also a good basis to keep affordability within our community through the support of this application. I understand that council is generally encouraging further rental development, and by supporting our application, we'll be setting a good example for people who want to build affordable rental within the city of Brantford. With these words, I want to turn the mic over to Mr. Jay Hitchon to say a few words.
Thank you, AJ. Mr. Mayor, members of council, we're asking you to keep in mind that this is an application under the Planning Act. It's not a review of the affordable housing policies, which were and are in place. As it is a planning matter, you have a planning staff report before you. The only opinion you have before you, which recommends approval of this application. It meets the requirements in our submission of the Planning Act, and there are no reasons not to approve it under the Planning Act. And on that basis alone, we would submit to you that it should be approved. As to the financing, I just want to explain that when it is a condominium, you have many units that can be financed and have a higher value because they're individual. And therefore, you can finance to a greater degree. Now, why does the applicant wish to do that? He wishes to do that so that they can build 2 more rental buildings on this very same property in this area that has been noted as being rapidly revitalized. And the 2 projects are close to submission, if not already submitted. I think they're deemed complete. And they will range somewhere between 80 and 100 units each, and add a great deal of needed rental stock. So that that is the basis for the request, is to allow this flexibility. We're looking for your approval this evening to delay approval. Delays the affordable rental housing project, or it may well do that. And so you say, well, what prevents the owner from conveying these things to individuals? You have and have on title the 2 agreements that prohibit this, and prohibit it without the consent of council. Now, what happens if they go ahead and do it? Well, if they go ahead and do it, the applicant faces severe financial penalty for going ahead with that. And monies would have to be repaid, so that you have the checks and balances in our submission to allow the flexibility to the applicant to hold title in a different legal tenure, and that's all that's changing. The affordability remains in place. It remains in place for 20 years. We may have some questions about what happens afterwards. I would recommend to you the FAQ that AJ submitted to you on Friday. Also his further comments in direct response to the questions that were raised at the last meeting. There's more detail in there than we can speak about within 10 minutes. So on the basis of AJ's submission and mine, we'd ask you to approve the application. And if you have any questions of us, all 3 of us are here to attempt to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchon. We have 3 would like to ask questions. Councillor Carpenter, Councillor Utley, and Councillor Weaver. Councillor Carpenter, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for coming. It's an interesting process that we have here. Now, when you talk about easier to manage the building, under the Condominium Corporations Act, who would pay the condo fees?
The owners will pay the condo.
Right, and that would not be put on the renters. The renters will still pay the agreement, for example, the 1050, which is the market rate at this point. Would that not be correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and
The rents are also,
go ahead.
the rents are also governed by our agreement with the city of Brantford Municipal
Yeah, for
Housing
20 for
Facilities.
20 years, that doesn't go anywhere. And under the Condominium Corporations Act, under your rules, regulations, and bylaws, you will be able to be put in rules and regulations and bylaws that you wouldn't otherwise be able to put in place that would be guided how the tenants have to operate in that building. For example, it could be a no smoking building. You could say no smoking marijuana in the building. You could put all kinds of rules in your regulations to make the building a better place to live. Would that not be correct?
That's correct.
And that's what you mean by better managing the facility.
Yes, efficient
And-
managing, because as we are all aware, there are, different type of issues in the rental buildings. And
Right.
it's better to manage it from the beginning and make it a part of the lease as opposed to trying to impose rules later on.
And under the Condo Act, you would be required to have a reserve fund study done every 3 years and then updated every 3 years to show how you're going to maintain the buildings, replace windows at a certain time, replace doors. So the building would actually be maintained as is new under the Condo Act by having the reserve fund study and those fees paid for by the owner.
That's correct, yes.
So the building wouldn't be allowed to deteriorate over 20 years because the Condo Act forbids that. That'd be a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay, it's a unique opportunity, so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Utley, you're next. We've got about a minute and a half left.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the delegates. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. Could you share with us the timing of the condos and the 2 additional smaller high-rise units?
So as far as this current building is concerned, we are very, very close to the occupancy. When I say very, very close, within a month or 2 months. And when it comes to the other 2 buildings, we are just waiting for the final word on the completion of the application from the planning department. We have submitted our submissions to them, and after that, the process relating to public information sessions as well as the planning related items will start.
When would you like to have shovel in the ground?
Probably from a planning perspective point of view, I can't really pinpoint exactly how much time will the planning department and the city of Brantford will take in terms of site plan approval. But after the site plan approval, we plan to put the shovel in the ground as quickly as possible, within a month.
Okay, thanks, AG.
You're welcome.
Ask you time for one more question. You've got it.
Okay, I've got 2. Okay, I'll try and do them really quickly. So 3 buildings in the long term. This is an approval for all 3. They all would hold the same address, or is this just for the building that we're talking about today?
The application before you is for the building that's under construction, and further approvals would be required for the other buildings.
Thank you. And very quickly, if we're that close to occupancy for this building, what happens if we don't approve this tonight?
And we would really have to rethink our strategy because it would be financially burdensome, and we would have to either appeal the decision or do something different. But I can't really speak to that, based on certain assumptions.
So you may not.
So we've gone beyond the 10 minutes. So thank you, Councillor Antosky. Sorry for those who raised your hands. We don't have enough time. But gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out tonight and providing us with both the written information you did earlier this week, or I guess late last week, and being here tonight and providing us with further information, answering questions. We appreciate that. And of course, we'll deal with this likely, I think, is pretty much the first item because you're the first delegation. Once all the delegations. Thank you. So we'll now move on to the second delegation, which is Lorna Stratton and Vern Payne from the Brantford Cultural Advisory Committee, speaking to item 13.213, the Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force. So if you please come forward. And good evening and welcome. And so you now have 10 minutes for your presentation, inclusive of questions.
Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Yes. Good evening. The resolution for the Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force was presented to the Cultural Advisory Committee on May 12th in their meeting and generated a lot of discussion and concern, and hence this delegation. Vern is the past chair of the BCAC and a past member of the Cultural Hub Task Force. Myself, I'm the Brant Performing Arts representative on the Cultural Advisory Committee and a member of the Cultural Hub Task Force and the artistic director of Ichthus Theatre Productions, a community theatre company in its 21st year of operation. BCAC has some strong concerns about the abrupt and preemptive closing down of the Cultural Hub Task Force. We believe it should have been allowed to come to its natural conclusion of its mandate and report. We have two options before us at the moment, but have yet to come to any conclusions on either one or whether it needs more investigation. Considerable work has been done on how a mid-sized performing arts venue could be created and how it could combine with the visual arts to create a cultural hub. And there's a concern that too much of that work would get swept aside in the new task force. Also, by passing, or if you did pass this resolution for the new consolidated task force, council would change the goal on the Cultural Hub Task Force. How are they to report on their conclusions and recommendations on a cultural hub when you've changed what it is you are looking for? May we suggest that it would have been helpful and more prudent if council had first submitted the need for the consolidated museum and archives facility to the Cultural Hub Task Force to consider whether the two needs could be incorporated and the Cultural Hub Task Force mandate enlarged, or whether they should be kept separated. For certainly museums and archives are clearly part of culture, and there are some common aspects to the two investigations. There are also considerable differences between a performance venue and a museum and archives facility. As the representative for members of the Brant Performing Arts Network to the Cultural Advisory Committee, I conducted a very quick survey of the proposal. We don't meet until 2 days from now, so we haven't had a chance to really discuss fully and so forth. But in general, the members, this is Brant Performing Arts members, are very concerned and some are angry. They feel, excuse me, they feel as if the task force for the performance venue is being shunted aside and tacked on to a museum task force sort of as an afterthought. They see the fulfillment of the dream of a designated venue, performance venue, as receding even further and further away. Vern is going to take up the several other points that the Cultural Advisory Committee has to make as well.
I'd just like to start by saying a little bit of history, if you want. In 2005, the city of Brantford was one of the very first municipalities in Ontario to adopt a municipal cultural plan. And the document was created in order to provide direction for which the municipal may support arts, culture, and heritage. All of the things mentioned to this point are certainly pointing in that direction. The hiccup comes, as Lorna pointed out, is when a situation occurs where the advisory committee isn't consulted, I think, in an appropriate manner before wanting to change maybe what's expected of the committee to start with. And so the community and heritage culture. All of that is totally agreeable. It's needed. So I don't have a problem with creating a larger sphere of cultural activities. But my concern is that all of the work that's been done in the past 5 years in trying to pull together a mid-size performance arts situation seems to be sort of blown in the wind as we go, and losing track of that particular goal that was set to achieve that. If we set goals, I really like to achieve them. And I don't see how that is happening with the addition of these, the other two bodies to make one bigger conglomerate. I think it's much. The new Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force remains in its present form. It's an imposing thing. I think it's a large stuff, and maybe we're going too big. It's all, you know, the old saying is go big or go home. Maybe we do need to go home and think about a little bit how big a situation we're trying to create. Little things add up to become big things. And if we can focus and complete the work we were asked to do regarding mid-size theater and other things that would support that, then, you know, I'm all in agreement. But as Lorna mentioned, not consulting with the original committee that was charged to do this work, and then added it on to something else. I think it's maybe one step ahead of where we ought to be. And that's what we're coming with. I mean, the folks, we were trying to get something for the city itself that we want always to be going hand in cap in hand to the board, for example, to get a small size theater so we can use their school for 2 weekends while this happens, or whatever the case is. But we don't see that happening, unfortunately. I do understand, and make no doubt about it, I do understand the importance of the museums and all the heritage consultants and all the rest of it. No problem there. But let's just focus on the little bit that we had to work with, get it completed, and let's go forward from there.
I might add that the composition of the new task force is of grave concern as well. It's not balanced and it's certainly inadequate. It's rather telling and a red flag for the performance groups and Cultural Advisory Committee, because you have 5 counselors, 4 citizens. Who will the 4 people be? How will they be chosen? Will stakeholders be represented? Who's going to be excluded from the decision-making if there are only 4 or even 5 citizen reps? Will there be a rep from the Cultural Hub Task Force to keep the work of that group alive? So how balanced and informed will the discussions be?
That's it, Lorna and Vernon.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have 1.5 minutes left for questions, and we've got, well, we'll see what we can get in. So be mindful of that, councilors. Councilor McCurry, you're first.
Mayor, thank you. Welcome, folks. Good to see you again. I got to tell you, we've listened to your concerns and heard them loud and clear, and you're correct on most counts. The resolution that's before us deals with a second step after the conclusion and the recommendations of the Cultural Hub Task Force are received by council. Once your group presents that to council, council will have the opportunity to accept whatever you're putting forward. And I understand there are 2 current proposals that your committee is concerned with, and those will come to council and they'll be voted on before this group meets for the first time. And if council chooses to accept the offer put forward by the Cultural Hub Task Force, that will come off the plate of the committee that's been formed.
Are you getting to a question, Councilor McCurry?
Yes, that was the preamble, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so my question would be this, folks. In order to further clarify, do you think, we've had some talk about this today, do you think it would be proper for us to just lay the new committee on the table until after your final report has been received by council. In other words, we would defer that committee's creation until your report comes, at which time we would perhaps take you folks out of the mix. Does that seem like a sensible thing to do?
That sounds appropriate to me.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So, Mayor, we'll introduce that once we get into the debate period. Thank you.
All right, well, that's taken up slightly more than 10 minutes, so regretfully, Councillor Selesny-Toski won't be able to answer your questions, but thank you very much, Lorna and Vernon, for coming out tonight and providing us with your information and input.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yes.
So we'll move then to the third delegation. And we have this evening, we have Kaylee Poisson. I was wondering if I'm pronouncing that right, Kaylee. From the Friends of Airedale in reference to item 13.4.2, in reference to the items on the agenda, that's federal gas tax allocations and bylaw number 14/2021. So there you are, Kaylee. I hope I've got your, am I pronouncing your last? I should know by now.
That's okay. I'll say it. Good evening, everyone. My name's Kaylee Poisson. I am speaking on behalf of the Friends of Airedale today to voice our gross opposition to the funding and development of Airedale Community Park. Today, I urge Council to vote in support of bylaw 128-2021, vote against the Finance Committee report number 2020-05-12, namely item 13.4.2, which is the gas tax allocations report. And pursue a notice of motion to reconsider the sale of Airedale and pursuit of Airedale Park altogether. I employed this from council as it's your duty to represent the constituents of this community, and to date, I believe you have failed to do that in this instance. It is undeniable where the city stands on this issue of Airedale. Prior to the pandemic halting canvassing efforts, volunteers managed to collect 7,871 signatures in favor of the preservation of Airedale as it stands. 14 citizens were in favor of the sale and in turn in support of the development of Airedale Park. Out of a population of over 98,000 people, the city received 332 responses to Airedale Park and a mere 253 responses to the design of this park. This is a $4 million project decision to appease 0.3% of the population, when this funding could be better spent elsewhere to enhance the quality of life for our citizens. Since the last time I spoke on this issue on January 26th, the Friends of Airedale community Facebook group had a membership of almost 2,600 people. That membership has now grown nearly 500 people, closing in on twice the amount of respondents you received on the design input on Airedale Park. How is it not clear that majority of citizens do not wish to see the destruction of Airedale and the pursuit of this park? I ask again, why the rush? We are still amidst the economic constraints of the COVID-19 pandemic. The sale of Airedale has not been finalized, and the parkland still sits unsevered. The hurried pursuit of Airedale Park should not be council's highest priority right now. Even the public recognizes that. According to the eligibility criteria of the federal tax program funding, they need to be projects that have been approved and are scheduled to be constructed within the next 12 to 24 months, ensuring that they meet the eligibility requirements for the federal tax program. Federal gas tax funds can be used for construction, renewal, or material enhancement of the city's infrastructure in a number of categories, including local roads and bridges, public transit, capacity building, and recreational infrastructure. In the way that this report was constructed, the federal gas tax has been fully allocated to other projects, essentially leaving only $1.268 million to be constrained to the criteria listed above. The remaining 4.932 million is essentially free to be spent how you please now. If it was up to me, our public transit system could use a great overhaul. $6.2 million could go a long way in enhancing that. Or how about towards the highly publicized priority of delivering affordable housing to those desperately in need? It was initially stated when Airedale was put on the chopping block that many of you stated you prioritize affordable housing over golf or Airedale. But here we are with an opportunity to develop at least 62 new affordable housing units according to the Airedale sale unit projections. This is far greater than the Colburn Street West and Stinson Avenue projects combined. With over $6 million at your fingertips, you're choosing the development of the highly unwanted Airedale and Dufferin parks over affordable housing initiatives. The only word that comes to mind is hypocrisy. Please listen to the community's wishes. Vote in favor of bylaw 128-2021. Deny the shell-shuffled financing for Airedale and Dufferin Park. Adhere to your Tier 1 priority of enhancing communication to residents, demonstrating evidence of high value for tax dollars, and spend the finances you have been presented more wisely. Quash the plans to develop the park, honor the HCCC moratorium, cancel the sale of Airedale lands and the purchase agreement with Elite Developments, and restore the historic Airedale Golf Course to its original beauty. The citizens are watching. Welcome to questions.
Thank you, Kaylee. So we do have, let's see, we have about 4 minutes left. Councillor McCreary, you're the first, then Councillor Vanderstel, and Councillor Van Tilburg, I think.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor. I'm getting Kaylee and Mayor mixed up. I mean to call you Maley, Kaylee,
That's okay.
or you, K.R. Davis. Well done again tonight. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Are you currently I don't know what you call it. Is it the chairman or the president of the Friends of Airedale, Kaylee?
I am, yep, either
Okay.
or.
Yeah. You succeeded Mr. Shear, I believe, if my memory serves. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So now I've got to ask you a question. Was the Friends of Airedale a financial contributor to Know Your City, Inc.? The folks that were suing us?
I don't know how that has to do with the financing of Airedale Park.
Well, I'm just qualifying whether or not, if FOA was a contributor to the action against the city of Brantford, whether we should continue this chat. That's my question.
Well, that was a pursuit by Know Your City. It wasn't a pursuit by Friends of Airedale. So this is a separate issue, in my opinion.
So you're saying Friends of Airedale did not make a financial contribution to KYCI? Is that your answer, Kaylee?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order is the questions need to be related to the delegation's presentation. Thank you.
Yep. I think there's some merit to that. If you move on to your next question, Councilor McCreary.
If they're party to the lawsuit, that changes everything, Mayor, and that's a very simple question. A yes or no would suffice.
Let's move on to the next question.
So Kaylee, you grew up in the city of Brantford?
Yes, I did.
What neighborhood did you grow up in, just generally?
I grew up in the Eastward neighborhood.
Okay. Anywhere near Airedale?
Yes.
Okay. Would you not agree that the kids in that neighborhood have been deprived of a pretty decent park space, certainly since your time?
I would disagree with that, honestly, because I grew up going to Conklin Park, and it sufficed just fine. I'm also not a golfer, so Airedale justified just fine, even with me not being a golfer. So, yeah, I think surrounding parks are just as, if they had the proper attention put to them, I think they would be just fine for the neighborhood.
So have you seen the drawings for the new park?
Yep, I have.
So you don't think the neighborhood kids deserve a splash pad or a toboggan run with washroom facilities and a dog park? You don't like any of that stuff at all?
I do know that the North End is trying to get a dog park, and Conklin is pretty bare, so those amenities could be spent in Conklin or Recreation or Elgin Park, all within walking distance of Airedale. So I think there's alternatives to that 17-acre park, and still meet those amenities.
Listen, I want to thank you very much for your answers today. You're very well prepared and very well prepped, and you're certainly a credit to that organization that you lead. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's see, next, Councillor Vanderstel. And we have about 45 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Kaylee. Thanks for coming tonight, and thank you for your well-pointed answers. I think you probably recall, right, that council voted to include a park as a portion of the sale, as a part of that resolution that we passed quite a while ago.
I assume so, yes. Yeah.
So that initiative came from members of council. You're aware of that, correct?
The park, and sorry, can you repeat that?
The initiative to create a park from the original 22-acre site was an initiative that came from members of council and voted on by council. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of questions for you as well.
Councillor Vanderstel, only one more question, then we'll go to wrap up.
Okay, one more question. Okay, in your press release, you said a grandiose amount of funding allocated to the park. Is there an amount of funding that you would consider not grandiose?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I do know that in the 2020 capital budget, you guys allocated probably close to the same amount of that to about 20 parks over the year for upgrades and park grounds and stuff like that. So I think that substantial amount for one park is pretty, yes, it's pretty
That's
large.
probably 20 times as big. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, so like the others, Kaylee, thank you very much for coming. And I think I've nailed your last name correctly. I'm just not great with French, but I think that's kind of. So, but thank you very much for coming out tonight. Very clear and concise. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, so let's move on to Councillor Carpenter, Clerk's Report on Communications. I think you've got that resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Cheryl Antosky, that the clerk's report on communication from May 21 be received. Thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on the clerk's report on communication? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on that item.
Clerk's report on communication has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, Curry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay, we'll move on to minutes. Councillor Vanderstel, I think you've got that motion to approve minutes listed in the agenda.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Weaver, that the following minutes be adopted. Sorry, I've got a discrepancy here between the two. So 12.1 City Council, March 23rd, 2021. 12.2 Special City Council, May 6th, 2021. 12.3 Special City Council, May 11th, 2021. 12.4 Special City Council, Private and Confidential, May 6th, 2021. 12.5 Special City Council, Private and Confidential, May 11th, 2021. 12.6 John Noble Home Committee of Management, May 12th, 2021, and 12.7 John Noble Home Committee of Management, Private and Confidential, May 12th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you said your seconder was Councillor Weaver?
That is correct. Thank you.
Good, okay. So are there any errors, omissions in the regular or special council minutes or discussion in respect to the John Noble Home Committee of Management meeting minutes? Seeing no raised hands, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on this item?
All minutes have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay. So in keeping with our practice and council's desire to first address items for which there were delegations or presentations, we'll begin with item 13.4.2, followed by readings of bylaws 128, 2021. So Councilor Utley, I understand you've got that motion. Can you please read and confirm your seconder? Councilor Utley, you just have to unmute. So
That helps. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That report 2021-380 titled Capital Project Updates, Federal Gas Tax Allocations be received, and B, that the funding reallocations listed in Table 2 be approved, and C, that the necessary bylaw to repeal the following financial bylaws be presented to City Council for adoption. 1, 2011-2019 Dufferin Park redevelopment debenture, and 2, 2021 Airedale Community Park debenture. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Seconded by my ward mate,
Councilor Sluss. Okay, good. So any discussion on this item? It's one speaking opportunity, 5 minutes, but yes, Councilor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, I'd like to get an answer from staff, just how much of the gas tax is offsetting the Airedale Park spending?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not quite sure I understand the question. The full amount of the gas tax that's been received as part of the doubling this year, 5.9 million, has been fully allocated to a number of projects that has freed up funding, which is now being used.
Okay, how much of that is going towards Airedale Park?
So the total funding for the Airedale Park is $4 million. And there's 3 funding sources that make up that $4 million. So there'll be some funding from our capital funding envelope and our roads, as well as a small amount of federal gas tax funding.
And that's my question. How much is the federal gas tax?
750,000.
Okay, so my question would be, we've already allocated the spending to the park. That's gone through. This would offset $750,000. If we didn't, how would you reallocate that monies? That 750,000. What would you have to do?
Are you asking if there was no funding approved for the park?
Correct.
After this evening?
Yes.
Then we would probably need to see an amendment that would just return those funds to their reserves.
That would return the federal gas tax to reserves. Okay. Now, if that happened, we're still paying the same amount of money, right? It would then fall, that $750,000 difference would fall on the property tax owners instead, and on the borrowing that we're doing for the park.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So with tonight, you're right that council already approved $4 million for the park, but that was funded by way of debentures. And what this is doing is replacing the full $4 million of debenture funding with alternate funding sources that no longer include debt. So instead of debt, the project will now be funded from 2 tax-supported reserves, as well as some federal gas tax funding.
All right, so if the federal gas tax funding was pulled from this, that $750,000 I think that you mentioned would still have to come from somewhere, would it not?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
What I'm trying to get down to is that it's whether it's Peter or whether it's Paul, because I've been asked this question through a number of emails now. And so what I wanted to know was, if we didn't do that, then we'd have to find another funding source for the $750,000, and that could be borrowed, right? Might be our only option. I don't know what, because I don't know what's out there. And that $750,000 could be then applied to some other use that falls under the guidelines of the federal gas tax criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. But there would need to be an alternate funding source now identified to replace.
There would have to be something, but I'm just trying to get it down so that I've had people comment saying that we're using funds for roads and things like that, or transportation, or that's for pet projects. And I'm literally just trying to clarify that these monies are already allocated, and that the bottom line is that it's not going to change, like unless under what is previously been approved. And so it's just it's like I said, the Peter or the Paul, where that $750,000 comes or goes. So thank you.
Okay. Councilor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on those same comments, the gas tax money that we received was a surprise. It was a pleasant surprise. It wasn't a fund or an application that we made specifically for either of these projects, and these projects needed to be shovel ready. So I think any municipality who got this money would be doing the same thing. They would look at what they currently have funded, use the gas tax money, put them into appropriate projects, and free up the money that's been already allocated to this project and move it along. So so that I don't confuse people with the way I vote, because I am going to vote in favor for this. I do believe that the neighborhood needs a park there. I would also like to see Conklin Park upgraded, but it does have some safety concerns there. And so barring the alternative of what many people want to see, I want to keep some open space there. I have heard from many constituents who do want the park as well. And I think that also we have been inhibited also by consulting properly through COVID, in the same way that other groups have been. And so I will support this. It's taking some burden off of the taxpayer, and it is alleviating those debt financing fees. So thank you, Mayor.
Right. Next, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank staff for this. This is, anytime we get money from federal or provincial sources, there's all kinds of strings attached to it. And I think staff have done an excellent job on finding ways to utilize this money in ways that complies with the requirements from the federal government. And in doing so, eliminate the need to borrow money. And that saves the taxpayer both the principal payment and the interest payment on that debenture. So this is a savings to the taxpayer for two projects that were already approved by council that unfortunately we were going to have to borrow for, but because of this new funding, we no longer have to borrow. So this is a win-win for the community. It's good for Brantford, and staff have done a fantastic job putting this together. And I'd just like to thank them again.
Thank you, Councilor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to support this as well. And I'd like to echo Councilor Martin's sentiments. Certainly the staff have done a good job on this. And thanks to senior government for providing money with no strings attached that we can use to the benefit of local folks and local taxpayers. Gosh, you know, I hear what Councilor Antosky says, and I can't understand why somebody would be opposed to building a park for kids. And Councilor Antosky, I'm glad to see is supportive of the build here. You know, we're doing good things here. We heard from some of the small group of opponents that you know, we're wrecking tobogganing, but if you look at the plans for this park, we're enhancing this park as a real winter sports center. It's going to have a lot of features. It's going to have probably a year-round washroom, tobogganing, parking, dog park. It's a phenomenal little recreational facility. And I know the Ward 1 guys are looking forward to having a really nice facility there, but this is going to be second only to the Gretzky Center in terms of its purpose to the community and the way it's going to be enjoyed. So this is really a terrific thing, and it's very disheartening to hear people say that, you know, they want us to maintain green space, but they don't want a park. They don't like golf, but they want green space. And I don't know what the heck green space is if it's not a kid's playground. So I'm just so excited about this. I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to, you know, finalize our design drawings and, you know, be able to go to the community with this pretty soon. It's really a terrific thing. We heard a lot of opposition from people that didn't want us going into debt to build this, and they got their way, and they're still not happy. I guess we can't please everybody, but I think we're going to please the vast majority of folks who think this is a pretty good thing, and the taxpayer is not on the hook. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, I just want to send a congratulations to Councillor Toski. I mean, this truly was money that came from the federal government. It was unexpected. You know, kudos to the federal government, but I know it was the organization that you're on the board of, the FCM, that pushed hard for this, and due in no small part to your efforts and that of the FCM and the FCM board, you got us this, well, not just us, the whole country, and municipalities across country. So thanks very much for your efforts on that. So any other? Seeing no other, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on this.
Item 13.4.2, being the capital project updates federal gas tax allocations, has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Banderstell, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, while Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillors Carpenter, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Okay, so now I move to bylaw, the relevant bylaw that's attached to this resolution. I think we've got that. Councillor Sless, I believe you have the motion for first and second reading.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley, that leave be given to the mover and seconder to introduce the first and second reading of bylaw 128-21, being a bylaw to repeal bylaw 14-2021 and to repeal bylaw 211-2019 of the Corporation of the City of Brantford, 2021-380, the Finance Committee Report 2021-05-12.
Councillor Sless, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on first and second reading?
The first and second reading of bylaw 128-2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
So now move to third reading. I believe Councillor Wall, you've got that motion. If you please read it, please, and state your second.
Yes, moved by myself and seeking a seconder.
Ward mate, Councillor Van Tilburg, I think, is agreeing to do that.
Sorry. That leave be given to the mover and seconder to introduce the third and final reading of bylaw 128-2021, being a bylaw. Do I have to read the whole thing? Yes. Being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 14-2021 and the repeal bylaw number 211-2019 of the Corporation of the City of Brantford Finance Committee Report 2021-05-12.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on that?
Madam Clerk, I'm frozen. Please vote in the affirmative. I'll reboot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will note that. Councillor Wall. Thank you, Councillor Wall. The third and final reading of bylaw 128-2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we'll now deal with the other matters that have been separated. But first, Councilor Van Tilburg, I think you got the motion, please, to get these items on the floor for discussion.
Yes, I do, Mayor Davis. Committee reports. That all items in committee reports, items 13.1 to 13.4, separated for discussion, be approved.
All right. And we have a seconder for that. Councilor Sluss is seconding. So we'll move through the items, and of course, we'll deal first with the items for which there were delegations. And the first item is 13.3.6. That's the draft plan of condominium 248 Grand River Ave, and noting the conflicts having been declared by Councilors Vanderstel and McCreary. So discussion. Councilor Sluss, then Councilor Martin, and Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll be supporting this application, Mr. Mayor. I think what creating this condo corporation does, it gives us reassurance to the neighborhood that they're going to have a development in their neighborhood that's going to be looked after and looked after properly. And I think anytime we have an affordable housing development, there's always concerns around that, whether they're founded or unfounded, there's always concerns. And I think this really takes away that argument, and there shouldn't be concerns here that that we're going to have something that maybe isn't maintained to the standard that one would be maintaining their own home in a neighborhood. So I think this is a good thing. I'll certainly be supporting it. The other thing was after 20 years, what happens? And basically nothing happens unless somebody moves out. At that point, it becomes market rent. But if somebody is living in an affordable home, it would seem illogical that when 20 years comes, they're going to run. They're going to stay there because they're getting a better deal for their rent dollar. So I'm comfortable with that in 20 years that's what takes place. The only thing I heard that was a little bit concerning this evening was that there's the potential, or there's plans in place, and maybe staff can comment on this, for 2 or 3 more buildings on that site. Memory tells me that there were townhouses going to be built on that site in addition to the high rise that's there now. From what I heard this evening, that has changed, and there's going to be 3 high rise in total on that property. Could staff confirm what I heard this evening, which I didn't understand because that was not the original intent or the plan?
Good evening, Mayor Davis, to Councillor Sluss, Joe Muto, Manager of Development Planning. You're correct, Councillor Sluss, in the fact that they did have 24 townhouses, part of that original site plan approval in conjunction with the 6-story building that the applicant discussed tonight with the 132 units. They have since abandoned the proposed townhouses as part of that plan and are looking to develop the site for additional apartment units. That application is currently under review. The city has not deemed it complete pursuant to the 30 days under the Planning Act. We just received it last week, and it's going under a thorough review to assess that completeness. And then once the applications are deemed complete, they will move through the approval process with respect to circulation, public input, and then subsequently off to a statutory public meeting, as well as approval for site plan control.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I appreciate that explanation, and I'm somewhat comforted in the fact that it's going back out to the public, because I think there's going to be some concern there. Just one final question, if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you to Joe. Joe, is the massing of the 2 additional buildings about equivalent to what's been erected already?
Through the mayor, we have Mr. House as a planner on my team. Mr. House, you're currently reviewing the applications. I can't recall the ultimate massing and height of the proposed proposal.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the 2 additional buildings that are proposed are 6 stories in height, which is the same as the apartment building that was recently constructed.
Same number of units in both the additional buildings?
There's approximately 100 units proposed for each additional building.
And what's in the existing building that's almost completed?
132.
So they're slightly smaller?
Yes.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
Mike.
Mr.
Next, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this. I think we need to defeat this. In my view, the only reason for going condo is so that when the 20-year agreement runs out, the units can be sold individually, which will allow the purchasers to evict tenants based on the fact that they either want to move in themselves or move in a family member. If this stays a rental building, then that's not possible, and those units will continue to be rentals. It's been suggested that it's needed to make this economically feasible. Well, when you're getting 39% of the project paid for by the various levels of government, if you can't make that feasible, you don't deserve to be in business. I think this is something that is going to be very economically viable with the subsidies that the governments have given it. If this was any other kind of project, we wouldn't be allowed to do this. It'd be considered bonusing. It's been stated that condo rules are different and that this will mean that the building is better taken care of and better looked after. The only way those condo rules can be enforced is through the tenant tribunal, because these units are going to be rented out. So if you have rules in the condo corporation that say you can't have red curtains, if somebody puts up red curtains, the tribunal's not going to give an eviction for that. So to suggest that the condo rules are going to make this a better project is completely false, because the only way to enforce that is through the tribunal. And anybody who's had dealings with the tribunal know how hard it is to get an eviction for anything other than non-payment of rent or for own use. And that's, again, that's the reason for making this condo, so that these can be sold individually, so that new owners can rightfully evict people because they want it for their own use. And all this does is kick our problem down the road 20 years, because in 21 years, these are all going to be owner-occupied condominiums, and we're going to lose 132 rental units all at once. And it's going to create a huge problem at that time. The developer has indicated that they wish to keep it as a rental, but 20 years is a long time. There's a good chance the developer will be retired and this building will have been sold, or someone else will be running the company. And we don't know what their intentions are going to be, because we don't even know who those people are going to be at this point. So I think this is something that if we keep this rental, it gives us a better chance of having these as rentals once the 20-year agreement is up. Otherwise, we run the risk of losing all these as rental units and creating a huge problem for council 20, 21 years from now. So I'll be voting against this condo conversion. And I ask others to vote against it as well. Thank you.
Next, Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this this proposal. The plan has changed somewhat since 2014, so I'm going to reserve judgment until I've had a good look at that plan and all the details that go with it. But the existing building that's almost finished is a very attractive building, and I'm confident that the developer will want to make the future high-rise buildings just as attractive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. The more questions I asked today, the more conflicted I got as I went down. And so I'm going to borrow a phrase from Councillor Sless and say I'll be looking forward to see how I vote on this, because there's certainly some strong arguments on both sides of this. And I'm concerned. I asked one question tonight saying, what happens if we don't pass this? And you know, the idea was, well, we're going to have to rethink this. And so we can only make assumptions, but does that delay having these rental units available? Was this the plan all along? I'm very conflicted about this. If I might ask staff, what from a housing perspective, or from a vacancy rate, do you see any problems with this becoming a condo corp? Does it change your view on things at all from your numbers? I don't know if that's Mary Ellen or there's Brian.
Councillor Toski, what I'm gonna, if I can through you, Mr. Mayor, just to organize my staff here, because we're in different, places. I'm gonna ask Mary Ellen or Deb Sector to respond on the affordable housing portion, and then I'll ask Joe Muto to speak on behalf of the planning side. So Mary Ellen, can you please go first? She was online.
She's there, but she's muted.
Good evening. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the units, we foresee no difficulties in terms of this proposal. We will have affordable units for 20 years. What will happen? We don't know. We don't anticipate that at the 20-year mark, individuals will move out. We are seeing, we do know that there are less move out and turnover rates in affordable housing. So we do not anticipate a concern. Did I miss a part of your question?
No, I think that's okay, Marianne. I'll just finish up by saying I see both sides of this. We're seeing this happen in town now where people are being kicked out of their units and they have nowhere to go. So I absolutely understand that concern at the end of 20 years, but I guess we can mitigate that a bit, keeping it rentals, but unless we own the stock, we can't control that. And I'm kind of thinking, something is better than nothing. But again, kicking it down the road. So I'm looking forward to hear what other people say. I'm quite conflicted on this one. I do know that whenever you consult neighbors, most often they're happier with the idea of a condo than rentals. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Okay, so question. How many of the units being built are going to be rentals? Of the units in the building, how many are rentals?
Through the chair of this particular building, all 132 are subject to the housing facility bylaw and are rental.
And so how many would be condos? 0. So my question is why the rush? And is this just somebody's forward thinking? Because right now, we always know, okay, you got a 20-year timeline in affordable housing, and what we generally think about is what kind of solution would we come up with in 20 years in order to keep that affordable housing going? And the solution I'm looking at is that seems to be proposed is, well, it's condominiums, and we're going to just replace the people. And what I see in a lot of the most affordable rentals in the city right now is a move and a trend to create condo type facilities and move people out that are already able to rent. And when I hear that affordable housing renters are not being transitional, they are not moving around, they are sticking in, that probably means that they will not likely have many options in 20 years. So we have to try to think the best way we can now for what's going in 20 years. So if you were to have asked me a few weeks ago when I was first pondering this, and my vote was in support and saying, okay, it's 20 years and we need this stuff, and we know we've got certainly 20 years that we can keep a roof over people's heads, thankfully, to this building. But now that I've had time to digest it, and I've had a lot more unfortunate interactions with good tenants. I've got lots, I get the bad tenant calls from the landlords and things like that, but I'm talking about good tenants, good long-term tenants. And to think about what might happen in 20 years is concerning to me. So I'm a little bit puzzled by this move. In other words, you could leave it as affordable housing in 20 years, and then we see where the ball goes. Where does it go in 20 years? And if the company that runs this show wants to say, hey, we're going to make condo units, there is no more government funding that's going to come on and bump this down the road further. The council of that day can make those decisions and try and find out what's the best way forward for their community as a whole. So I'm thinking that we may be too hasty in supporting condominiums, but I am a bit on the fence on this right now, but I am leaning towards not as supportive as I was a couple weeks ago, but I'm more than interested in hearing what other councillors have to say.
Well, let's see what they have to say. So we've got Councillor Wall next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a but there's a lot of buildings in town that provide rentals. Do we have any idea whether or not they're just rental or if they're condos? Is there any stats or information on that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wall. Save and accept pretty much our downtown core area, which can convert rental. If a building is currently rental as of occupancy, it cannot be converted back unless it meets the criteria of the official plan. So that means the vacancy rate has to be below the 3%.
No, but I mean, the apartment buildings that are in town now, like spread throughout the city, are those apartment buildings that are just apartment buildings, or are those condo buildings?
Through the mayor, to get a specific number, if they were developed at the time that the policies were in place and converted through a draft plan of condo, they would be maintained as condo or rented out depending on the condominium agreement. But if it's currently a rental building, it will remain as a rental building unless it's in the downtown core area.
I don't think I'm asking the question right, or I'm not articulating. So throughout the city of Brantford right now, there are numerous buildings, like apartment buildings, like on the corner of Linden Road and West Street there's buildings. And then at the top of Park Road North. Are those condo buildings or are those apartment buildings? Same thing by on North Park, there's an apartment building there that's rentals. Is that a condo building with rentals or just a rental building?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wall, I don't have that information in front of me right now. I could definitely dig up that information and see if there has been a draft plan of condo registered on title, but we'd have to do that work.
Okay, then perhaps another question. Thank you, Joe. For these types of buildings in other municipalities, are they built as condos and then rented out?
Good evening, Mayor Davis and members of council. Nicole Wilmot, Director of Planning. With respect to your question, Councillor Wall, it's a good question because it speaks to the planning process. And this is an application before us for a draft plan of condominium, which is an application under the Planning Act, which is regulated by criteria under Section 51 of the Planning Act that deals with the subdivision of land. Buildings, whether they are built as apartment buildings, may go through a conversion process depending on the policies of the official plan. I can't speak to those policies in other municipalities, but there is an option to go through a conversion process. But generally, our official plan does not support that process. So we tend to see applications for conversions, we'll call it conversions, but applications for condominiums before those buildings are actually occupied, which is what we're actually seeing today.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions.
Yeah, so I got a question. Sorry, I saw Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Carpenter. Go ahead, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a lot of good arguments on both sides of this, but the Ward 2 councillors realize that if it's a condominium, the condominium fees will be paid, and the building will be maintained to the high standards that condominiums must maintain the property to. That is the condo law. That doesn't have to go anywhere except to the condo authority if it's not followed through. So the building will be maintained as new, going through perpetuity. And we know that the developers are saying this is a financial issue for them. Of course it is. I can remember the Ward 3 councillors may remember this. There was a apartment building on Memorial Drive where a 50-unit building they were going to apply for condo conversion. And the reason being is that the value of each unit multiplied by the number of units in the building would have made the value of the building go up significantly, and then they could borrow more money against the building to build other projects. That's what investors do. So council turned that down, And LPAT, after that, they went to LPAT and LPAT awarded them the condominium conversion. Since then, the city has brought in condo conversion policies that say you can't do conversion unless you're below, I think it's a 3% vacancy rate, or sorry, above 3% vacancy rate, so they could come do conversions. We've had a couple conversions happen, 87 St. George Street, 920 Colburn Street, where an older building was converted and the units were sold at what was seen to be a very good price until the original reserve fund study was done, and then the condo fees skyrocketed in order to meet the Condo Act legislation. So doing this up front means those buildings will be maintained. If you think voting against this means it's not going to happen, they just go to LPAT, and LPAT will, of course, approve it because it's something that's allowed under the Planning Act. But for the ward councils and for the residents who live in the neighborhood, they could be assured that the building will be maintained. It won't fall into disrepair, and it won't denigrate the neighborhood. It will be of a high standard, as the Condo Act makes it mandatory for condominiums to be maintained at. So there's two sides of the argument. Yeah, 20 years from now, yeah, can they all be sold? Sure they can. In fact, anybody that builds a condo today can sell that. I can buy one of those condos and rent it out. And I can sell it whenever I want now. That exists all over the place. It's nothing new being added here 20 years from now, but we have the 20-year guarantee, and that's why we shouldn't do a lot of these kinds of buildings. We should try and do them ourselves if we can, because then we have it as our housing staff has said. But when you're in short supply and such a great need for affordable housing as we are right now, this is an option that we took because it's a short-term gain, long-term pain, but it is something that we need and the community is in need of. And the developer will have raised sufficient funds to do other developments. I don't have a concern with this developer building falling into disrepair. I must say I'm arguing against myself now because he has another development in Ward 4 on Harris Ave that he's maintained in very good repair. But Councilor Natosky and I have 4 rental buildings in our ward that have been rental buildings from day one, and we are constantly getting complaints about not being fixed and not being maintained. That seems to be when you're in the business of rental units and rental units only, you're reluctant to spend a lot of money on maintaining them because it cuts into your profit margin. So, the maintenance issue here for me is the most important thing for the neighborhood and for the tenants that are going to be in the buildings themselves, in the units. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to speak to this. Actually, Councilor Kerber, I think you may have asked a question I had, and so I got a question for staff, because I noticed Mr. Hitchon talked about this being the Planning Act, and generally doesn't make statements unless there's a purpose to it. But I take, which I didn't realize, but of course, Councilor Carpenter's been through this before and seen it. But so my question to staff is, so does that mean there is a right of appeal to the LPAT from the decision we make tonight?
Good evening, Mayor Davis and members of council. Yes, that is correct. This is an application under the Planning Act, and there is an appeal to the LPAT.
And that would be an appeal supported by a staff recommendation.
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah. So, I admit that that I've kind of flipped back and forth on this, but for me, what has convinced me is that this developer, this builder, who I've had both personal and professional experience with, is very honorable. And in fact, when I saw that building about 3 months ago, long before I heard about this condominium thing, I knew it was affordable housing, and I'd heard it was 100%, which it's a little unusual because most builders will go like 20% affordable, right? And they're just trying to get money to top up their financing to make a building that oftentimes cuts corners to get it done. And I was really impressed by the look of this building. It's very unusual. Well, not say unusual, but it's very impressive. So I asked if I could have a tour, and I had a tour. And I got to tell you, I was pretty impressed. This is a building, the outside of it, the facade is, they're using some very innovative techniques. They're really quite cost effective, but it creates a very visually appealing building that's right on the river and orientated so that a lot of the tenants, many of them, have a view of the river, which, I mean, how many affordable housing buildings does that happen with? And then I hear that this way in which because I had a question about 2 weeks ago, I couldn't understand why they were doing the condo, but so they explained tonight that that's going to allow them to build more buildings that'll have more affordable housing. And I have no reason to doubt what this builder is telling us that. I mean, as I said, they've got a pretty good track record of both being pretty straightforward and also building some pretty great buildings. And this is an example of it. So, I honestly do believe that the end result is going to be an increase in the affordable housing stock in that area for our city and some pretty impressive buildings. And yeah, there's a problem with this 20-year rule, but that's not the making of this builder or any other builder. That's a design from the federal government, how they run out the CMHC financing these buildings. So if it's a defect, it's a defect of the program itself, not of any one builder or developer, what they're doing, because they don't select it. That's just the way the rules have been set up by the federal and provincial government. So I'm having had the more fulsome explanation, having had the benefit of seeing the building, the inside, the outside, believing that there'd be some good buildings in that area built by this builder. I'm quite happy to support it now, having the more fulsome, complete explanation. Not seeing anybody else. Let's call the vote. Madam Clerk, take the vote on it.
Item 13.3.6, draft plan condominium 29CD-20506 for 248 Grand River Avenue has carried on a recorded vote of 6-3. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Utley, Sless, Carpenter, and Toski, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councilors Martin, Van Tilburg, Wall, noting conflicts for both Councilor Vanderstel and Councilor McCreary.
Okay, on to the next matter, which is the third matter we had a delegation on tonight. And that, of course, is the Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force. That's item 13.213. And so this has been separated because there was a delegation. So any discussion on this? I see hands going up immediately. Councilor McCreary, you're first.
Mayor, thank you very much. It was good to hear from the delegation today. And we'd had some earlier discussions today about accommodating their requests and the seeming conflict that we've got arising from two different committees. And Mayor, once everybody else has had an opportunity to speak, I'm going to move that we lay on the table or defer what's before us until we've had an opportunity for a fulsome review of what the Cultural Hub Committee is going to be providing in its final report at some date in the future. But I think what we need to consider is, number one, of course, we want to make sure that that committee's work is recognized. And if they are able to produce for council a clear-cut couple of options or a single option that looks really good to be able to house the community hub in one of these facilities, I think that's something that council should seriously consider, and we may decide to adopt that. Recognizing the good work that that committee's done the last number of years. Going forward, if we lay this on the table, we defer this until that committee makes its final report and we deliberate on that report. Then if the committee has found a home for the hub, that will come out of the Consolidated Museum work plan, and we'll simply deal with what's left. So I would hope that everybody will continue to support this tonight. I hope that the committee's delegation that appeared before us and our response to it on the table tonight will convince everybody that it's worthy of support and that it doesn't diminish or denigrate the work of that committee by any means. I think we recognize that we probably should have had a discussion with them in advance of this, and it was unfortunate that that they felt that they'd received a bit of a snub, and that we apologize for that. And going forward, we do have two streams. If we if they end up together, that's fine. If the Cultural Hub finds itself a home, that's fine too. We'll simply change the terms of reference of what we have before us for the Museum Sustainability Committee. So as I said, Mayor, I hope you'll come back to me and I'll move a deferral. Actually, I'll speak to the clerk about whether we want to defer it or lay it on the table. And that would be pending the completion and deliberation of the Cultural Hub report to this committee at some point in future.
Next, Councillor Sluss, then Antosky, then Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a member of the Cultural Hub Task Force, I'd like to thank Lorna and Vern for coming forward this evening. They're both very active, engaged, contributing members of that task force, and they've been invaluable to the city as we've moved this process forward. I appreciate what Councillor McCreary is saying now, and I'm in agreement with that. But prior to hearing that, I had the same concerns I had when I heard this at the committee level. And really, those concerns were verbalized tonight by the presenters. Everything they said, I was in total agreement with, and I'm very pleased to see that that we're able to move forward in an amicable way. That we'll see both projects move forward. I don't think, as the mayor said the last time we discussed this, if we put too much together, it'll collapse under its own weight, and I think that's very apt. I think that's exactly what would have happened. It's nice to, I think Mr. Payne said it good tonight, go big or go home. Well, maybe we should go home. But so I think we're doing this correct. We're doing it in bite-sized pieces, and I think that's a good thing. When this committee's done its work, it might be a year from now before this task force is done. But when they're done, I think we're going to have something that we can all hang our hat on and be proud of. And hopefully that'll free up the next committee's work that won't have to deal with what we're dealing with now, and they can move on with the sustainability. So to me, I think Councilor McCreary has hit it on the head tonight, but by tabling this and putting it off until this group that's been working now for a number of months, probably years, let them finish their work. Let's come up with a recommendation from that task force, and then council will either accept or reject it. But at that time, we can make the decision then what we look like going forward. So I appreciate, and I certainly look forward to supporting what Councilor McCreary is going to put forward on the table. I appreciate his able to compromise and come up with something that I think everybody can win with, and that's a great thing. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Antosky, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Councillor McCreary for his comments for the committee, because they have worked hard, and they were a little shocked and surprised. I had considered a deferral. I would like council to also consider a referral, and we'll have to look at process for this. The reason I prefer a referral is we can send it back to staff, who, once the committee is done with their work, can come back with other recommendations. Right now, a deferral sends it back exactly as it is, which states that the cultural committee gets disbanded, that the committee has to be done its mandate by certain dates. So it's a little bit more boxed in as a deferral. It's sending it away as it is, and to come back. So I would prefer to see this as a referral back to staff, have it come back with more recommendations. We've heard from the delegation tonight saying that, yes, there's lots of synergies and lots of similarities, but lots of differences. So maybe it's not this path at all. Maybe maybe it is. And the Cultural Hub Task Force has not had the opportunity to even meet to have discussions about this. We were able to meet with the Cultural Advisory Committee because something else was tabled that was deemed an emergency, had a time commitment to it, so we were able to meet. But the task force itself has not had that opportunity. So I guess we'll look. I will look to you, Mayor, and to the clerks for process on this. And I suspect you'll go to Councilor McCreary's deferral first. Both are great, or the lay it on the table. I just am concerned that we're boxed into exactly what we have written if it's strictly a deferral. Thank you.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Lorna and Vern for their years of dedication, and the people on their different groups. These people have been around for years, maybe longer than me. I'm not sure, but they have been around a long time, and they've committed their dedication and their experience to the arts community. So I'm very pleased that Councilor McCreary wants to delay this a little bit, and I certainly think a referral is better than a deferral at this point. and then, we'll take our time and build on the good work that's been done so far by our volunteer community. And I think the outcome in a year or two will be worth the wait and worth the effort and worth, involving and including the best people in our community to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other speakers before we get to any deferral or referral or tabling, whatever it's going to be? Seeing none. Well, Councilor Curry, you came out of the gate first and indicated the intent of wanting to put something on the floor that would defer, refer, table. What are you wanting to put on the floor?
Mayor, what I'm suggesting is that we lay this on the table, which in effect is a deferral without an attached date to come back. I'm seeking a seconder to do that. I see I have Councilor Martin, and I'll offer my explanation and speaking point at this time, Mayor. I can appreciate everybody's intent in this, and I think we're all on the same page. It's now just a matter of deciding exactly how to proceed with this. I'd like to see this come back to us as is at the time when it comes back, which could be in a month or 6 months or 18 months. That's the time when we can make any sort of changes that we desire to make with consulting with the staff and with the committee, and we'll see what our outcome has been with respect to receiving and deliberating over the final report of the Cultural Hub Committee. There's no advantage to us sending this back to staff to do something now, not knowing what's ahead of us. So I think the changes that we'll make to this are logically brought at the point when it comes back to us with the completion of the mandate of the Cultural Hub. And perhaps by then they're in premises and we'll be looking at something quite different, which we can then rewrite at the time when it comes back to us with plenty of time between now and then. I see no point to send staff on a tail chasing expedition now, knowing full well that things will change significantly between now and the time when it comes back to the table. Thank you.
Yeah, so I noticed, Tanya, you came up, and we've not dealt with many tabling motions. So could you?
Certainly. So through the mayor, that's why I did pop on. So the lay the table motion is actually only valid within a meeting. Essentially what that motion does is pauses what you're discussing, lets another urgent matter come through. Like, let's say we were waiting on a delegate that was coming and they arrived at a later time. So that lay on the table motion pauses what you're discussing, lets you address another matter, and then goes back to that item. It doesn't actually extend outside of the current meeting. So in listening what's being discussed, I would say either a deferral or a referral is what you're looking for. And thank you to Councillor Antosky for certainly explaining that a referral actually brings the ability to change or alter. A deferral would send the matter as is back to another place. So those are the two choices before you. I do not believe laying on the table is the motion you're wanting this evening.
All right, so Councilor McCurry, with that, I'm going to, given that your intent is to table this beyond the confines of this meeting, so I'm going to rule that tabling, given the expressed intent, is not the appropriate method. And that's,
so let me reintroduce that then, Mayor. Tabling, thank you for the explanation. What we're seeking to do then is to defer this indefinitely, conditional, the condition being that this will come back to us at some point following deliberation by this council of the final report of the Cultural Hub Task Force. That would be the wording, and I hope Councillor Martin is still okay with that. He says so, and I'll just repeat until you cut me off, Mayor, that there's ample opportunity for us to make changes to this when it returns to us in the fullness of time and with having deliberation for the Cultural Hub Task Force final report and hopefully a new home for that organization. Thank you.
Okay, so just let's confirm. So you and Councillor Martin have withdrawn your motion to table. Is that correct? I didn't have
withdrawn and replaced. Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay.
Point of clarification, if I may, Mayor?
Yeah, I was actually going to do it myself, which is, so this is a deferral. So is a little unclear when it's deferred to. Are you saying deferred until what, the cycle after the Cultural Hub Task Force provides its final report? Is that what you're saying?
I'll try and say that a little more slowly for you this time, Mayor.
Good, I'd appreciate it. Really slow for me.
Yes, thank you. So the deferral would be to come back to this council following deliberation of the final report of the Cultural Hub Task Force. Does that offer some clarity?
Yeah, so I'd like to hear from the clerk. Does that give us enough clarity in terms of time and place?
Through you to the mayor, I do believe so. Just if you give me one moment, I'm just typing on the screen, so I'll get you something to look at on the screen here in just a moment.
May I still, I don't know if it's a point of information or point of clarification I'm looking for, but I believe the resolution actually states a date by which so because we're just deferring the actual, and I know we're saying a different date now, but that's changing the resolution. So as a point of order, can we do that? We're changing something that's already written within the resolution for the deferral.
Yeah, I mean, well, the problem we've got, of course, is that H calls for a report by December 31st, 2021. And so, I mean, logically, if it's coming after December 31st, 2021, then obviously there's a problem. You'd have to amend it. I agree, it's complicated, but the debate right now is either you raise the point at which it's either in order or out of order, and I'm going to rule it's in order. But the debate, given that it's a deferral, is to time and place. So any debate on Councillor Sluss, do time and place?
Sort of, I guess, Mr. Mayor. The concern I have with the timing is that the Sustainability Committee is losing a lot of valuable time in deferring this when they could be working now. And the Cultural Hub is one small part of this. So I'm not sure if we're using our time wisely. We're holding something up till this deferral comes to an end, and then going to start a process that could be started today. That's my concern.
Yeah, okay. So anyone else? That was a little bit, give you a little fortitude there. So time and place, seeing none. So Madam Clerk, please take the vote on it.
Certainly, just to through to you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to confirm that we did capture the wording correctly that was being moved and seconded by Councillor McCurry and Councillor Martin.
Yeah, from what I recall, but I think it does. I see the head nodding of the mover and the seconder. So
excellent. We'll proceed then. The deferral motion for item 13.2.13 Community Heritage and Cultural Space Task Force has carried on a recorded vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sluss, McCurry, Martin, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillors Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, and Wall.
all right, so let's move to the items that the other items that were separated. We'll just take them in order now. And I think the first one, 13.1.1. Councillor Weaver, that's the Brantford Brant waiting list information update.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I asked staff to have this item separated so we could get a report from staff on this topic. Staff have done a great job here, and I wanted to make sure that the general public gets to see this work.
So you're asking, I guess, a question of staff, what's this all about?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Good. Mary Ellen or Marlene? Who's going to do this?
Good evening. I'm going to ask Deb Schlichter to present to council. Thanks, Deb.
Hi, Deb Schlichter, Manager of Housing Programs. Could you repeat the question? Was around the waitlist information, and
it was just asking for a report on a verbal report on this for the viewing public.
Great. Well, this report is about the current waitlist information in City of Brantford, and the numbers. We present a couple of different statistics about what's happening with the numbers of people waiting, as well as some information about the different groups of people that are waiting on the wait list. The numbers overall have gone down a bit from where the all-time high in 2018. And over the last couple of years have gradually gone down, and we're now seeing some numbers a bit lower, but numbers can fluctuate up and down. And so we look at the numbers on a quarterly basis, and then we present them more at the end of the year as sort of the reflecting what the year's picture looks like. The question around the need for housing, the wait list is not necessarily the best measure to measure demand for affordable housing. There are so many variables involved in why people apply. We are concerned that these numbers don't really reflect all the people who really are looking for affordable housing, because the wait times are very much of a disincentive for people to even want to bother filling out an application. We have long wait times right now, primarily for one-bedroom units for people who are not seniors. They can wait anywhere between 8 and 12 years. So that's a very long time. The length of time waiting, to me, is a better measure than the actual numbers of people on the wait list, because ideally, it shouldn't be a long wait period. People get an application on the wait list, and then hopefully within a few years, there is movement and people can find an affordable home. We are not seeing right now a lot of movement in housing in general, just because of COVID and the rent freeze. People are tending to stay put. Not a lot of people transferring out of housing. So that means not a lot of people can transfer into housing. So the flow has been slowed a bit as well. So this report gives just an overview of what the waitlist situation looks like in the City of Brantford for the whole area of both City of Brantford and the County of Brant.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that, Deb. I, as you know, received many calls from people who were not necessarily sure whether or not they should bother putting their name back on the list. And they call me back every year and ask the same question: what's the point? But I got to ask you this question. Considering everything that has been happening, considering this rotten pandemic we're going through, considering the soaring house prices and rental prices here in Brantford, considering all the delays in funding for various reasons, is it your interpretation of these numbers that people are actually losing hope?
I would have to agree with you that for some people, it feels very hopeless because the prospect of getting a home is so delayed. Where there is some hope is that we now have a few other options that we can use to help people find an affordable housing option. So the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit Program is going to be ramping up as we get additional funding coming through, and that helps people get into the housing market in a different way than through the wait list. So I think the wait list is only one of our options, and the hope is that we have several options that we can apply to a person's situation, and we can say this is the best option for you.
Thanks, Deb. I'm sorry for asking a probative feeling question, but you know what? They're real people with real issues, real deadlines. I'm concerned that is the case. I don't want them to believe that they should lose hope. I want them to believe that they can rely on this council and its directives and its actions to make sure that we do what they need to have done. So thank you, Deb. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Deb, I got a question for you. So in terms of the wait list, you mentioned the longest one, which is for those singles that are not seniors, and said 8 to 12 years. Has that changed? Is it still? I think that's what I heard. a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Yes, so the number for the 1-bedroom units has not changed. That has been the priority for many years because that's where we don't have as much supply. So the other place where we can change the wait times is when we add more units, new units of affordable housing into our supply. That helps that group move faster through the system.
Yeah, an example of that is the Colburn Street West project.
Right.
And that is, they're older, but they're not seniors.
Right.
They're primarily singles. So what about the other categories? What are the current wait lists? So we got seniors, we got families,
Yeah. For seniors, there tends to be between 2 and 4 years. That is usually the group that moves through fastest. It's still a long time to have to wait, but that's the group that has the quickest turnover time. For a bachelor unit is also around the same time, so 3 to 4, because that's not necessarily a type of unit that people tend to want to stay in long term. They use it more as a transitional to a larger unit. 2-bedroom, 4 to 7 years, 3-bedroom, 3 to 4 years. 4 to 5-bedroom, again, is 3 to 5 years. So family housing depends on what size of the family. As families fluctuate and they have more children, they have to find larger units. So there tends to be a bit of movement in the family housing. Single non-seniors, there's not a lot of movement in that group.
The people in this group, some would be those who are working but not making enough to house their family of 5 or 6. That's an example. It could be seniors who are on very fixed incomes, or it could be dependents or families that, when I say dependents, I mean singles, who perhaps are on some form of social assistance, Ontario disability, where they need rent sort of geared to what we heard earlier this evening is to their benefit, right? And so there's a lot of different people from different backgrounds and different situations in life that are on our affordable list.
Right. The affordable list is only the rent geared to income units. It's only that part of the puzzle. And so it's for people who are eligible, and there's a range of incomes that are within that category. So it's from anybody with a fixed income, the really lowest, to people who have maybe part-time jobs or jobs that don't pay very high wages.
And then that development that we just dealt with, which is the building that's going up in Grand River Ave, does that address this wait list, or is this a different group?
It's a slightly different group because it's at 100% of CMHC's average market, but there are some people who may be on our wait list who could afford that if they have an income at the higher end. Right. So it might help some of those folks.
Yeah, because folks on our list, we're just talking about their rents geared to income, whereas the building we just heard about, those are what are called affordable rents as defined by CMHC and the federal government.
Right.
So it's designed to provide market rent that's rental units, but at a lower rent.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Carpenter, I see what you're handling.
Number of questions. Thank you, Deb, and welcome and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
The market rent, market rents don't qualify for any subsidized then the rent as well, do they not?
We do have a market rent wait list, but those are not the RGI wait list people. And so they don't get any subsidy. Right.
Right. They're not entitled to subsidies, so that doesn't help that group at all. Okay. And with the program that you just talked about earlier, the new program between the Ontario and Canada government, could you send us that information in a package that we can share with our constituents easily? Is that possible?
Yes, I can. It's a little tricky in that it isn't something that people can apply to directly. So it's the way we've created it in the city of Brantford has approved it for a certain target group. So it's for people who are at high risk of homelessness, people who are coming out of a shelter situation. So it's targeted. It's also for people who are on our wait list who, for example, women fleeing violence who can choose that as an option. So it's selected for certain targeted groups.
Okay, I got it.
But I can send you the information.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the Human Rights Commission is redefining the definition of what a family is. Has the provincial government changed the rules that allow 2 or more people that would be on subsidy to be able to cohabitate together without penalizing them? Or
Yeah, we use a very generous definition of family household. So if you call yourself a household, so 2 people who want to be part of a household, that's okay.
I'm thinking even if 2 families want to be part of a household in order to keep costs so they can actually afford to live there, they would still qualify, or no?
I don't know the answer to that because I think it depends on the size of the family. So, for example, we wouldn't have units that would be able to hold two families necessarily together, the 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. So I think that is a little outside of the rules, but I would have to double check.
Okay, and one final question then, are you concerned at all with when we come out of this pandemic and the number of tribunals that are existing with current tenants, that there's going to be a flood of homelessness, of tenants being evicted? That one, and the second part of that question, with the price of houses being flipped and tenants being pushed out, is that going to also create a large problem with homelessness and people looking for houses? And of course, the third one is the influx of transients being sent to us from other municipalities.
Well, I can certainly talk about the first 2 groups because we do have a concern, and I think this is across the board in Ontario. Other service managers have the same concern that once the tribunal is up to speed and working effectively, that could initiate a number of people losing their housing. It also then frees up some units for people on the wait list. So it's an interesting conundrum. It helps some people, it hurts other people. There is a concern about what we call rent eviction, where you can sell a home that was rented to a family for your own use or to renovate it to sell, and people are being pushed out. And there's a lot of families that we are seeing coming to us with urgent housing needs because they have 30 or 60 days to have to find housing in a very short period of time. And our wait list is not really helpful for those people, but we are able to use that Canada Ontario housing benefit program because of the imminent risk of homelessness.
Councillor Sloss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deb, can you explain to me, if somebody has 3 children and it's a family, a mom, a dad, and 3 kids, when we're supplying housing, do you have to supply them a 4-bedroom residence?
No, we have occupancy standards that give you some range. So it depends on the age of the children and the gender of the children. So sometimes if you have 2 young children of the same gender, and you can have them in the same bedroom. So they would be they could go on the wait list for a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom.
Okay, I'm just wondering because I know we're in the other world where it's not assisted housing. You might have 3 children, 2 in bunk beds and 1 in a bed in the same bedroom, and that's quite acceptable. But if we're putting them into assisted living, then everybody gets their own room. And I didn't quite. I'm glad to hear you say that. No, you can put 2 boys or 2 girls in the same room, and everybody doesn't have to have their own room. So that's the guideline or the rule.
And through the mayor as well, the other piece is that our units are quite small. So the bedroom sizes are quite on the small size. So it isn't always easy to have more than 2 people share a bedroom.
Okay, no, that's fine. Appreciate it. Thanks, Deb. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, my brother and I shared a room for 10 years. I don't think he was very happy about it. So I think that's it. Thanks very much, Deb. That was very helpful too, because these reports come to us at the Social Services Committee, and so a lot of people don't see that. It's at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. So thanks very much, Councillor Weaver, for asking for that. So this is to receive the report. So Madam Clerk, if you please put it to vote.
Item 13.1.1 Brantford Brant waiting list information and update has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Hey, Councillor Weaver, you got the next one you asked to be separated, again coming out of Social Services. That's the which was an update on the Affordable Housing Action Plan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, housing development progress for the Affordable Housing Action Plan and the Housing Master Plan. So it's very happy to be part of the group that really took a look at this under the mayors plural tutelage of having these task force to look at our action plan on how we can improve our city standing as far as how much affordable housing we're able to provide. So I wanted this separated so staff could sort of explain the good work that they've done and that the task force has done, just to make sure that the good work is out there so people are aware.
So thank you, Councillor Weaver. Marlene Miranda, General Manager of Community Services and Social Development. Through the Mayor, this report provides an update on the Affordable Housing Action Plan and the Housing Master Plan and the progress that staff have made in the new and proposed affordable housing development. The Housing Master Plan outlines a bold goal of creating 506 new municipally owned units over the next 10 years. And the Mayor's Housing Partnership Task Force identified and mapped properties owned by the city and the county that may be suitable for affordable housing. Today, we are seeking direction to proceed with the Trillium Way development, subject to the finalization of a city and county capital and operating cost sharing agreement. There's also this evening a companion report that was provided with follow-up to a motion that was passed on May the 4th at the Social Services Committee, and Mr. Hutchings will speak to that shortly. At this moment, I'll turn it over to Mary Ellen to provide an overview of the progress to date from those specific plans.
Good evening again, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to note that the Housing Master Plan includes the plans, as Marlene has indicated, of 506 municipally owned and operated housing units between the years of 2020 to 2030. So the Mayor's Housing Partnership Task Force, the action plan, is focusing on a range of housing options. So I'll be sharing what is currently in the works right now, and it's a range of housing options across multiple client groups. So we are dealing with supportive housing for those individuals who require supports in order to be able to live independently. We're providing units for families with dependent children, for seniors, for those individuals who do not require any supports to live independently, but are indeed homeless over the age of 55. So there's a variety of units being presented here this evening under the master plan. We also mentioned that the next build after the two that are currently underway, we are proposing to be Trillium Way. We had applied for the Rapid Rehousing Initiative to lower the cost of that building. Unfortunately, the grant applications far exceeded the available funding. So our particular proposal was put on hold. That being said, the good news is that the new federal budget on April the 19th contained $1.5 billion in additional rapid rehousing monies. And we're hoping that we get some positive news in June. Should that happen, we will relook at the way we are proposing the financing for that particular build. In terms of the Mayor's Housing Partnership Task Force, there's a number of issues besides money that are actually affecting the development of affordable housing. One is the lack of properly zoned and shovel-ready land. So we are currently preparing for a procurement process to hire a planning and engineering consultant to focus on moving a number of those pieces of property that are not shovel-ready and having them zoned properly so that when funds become available, we're ready to move very, very quickly in developing more affordable housing. We also have developed an action, which is an outcome of the Mayor's Housing Partnership Task Force. That particular job hasn't ended, and we have developed a task force, a multidisciplinary task force that will continue to review all additional lands that will be added to the inventory, including county lands, and we'll be able to have some really fulsome discussions and perhaps bring ideas back on very creative new affordable housing designs, such as very energy efficient or passive house type designs for future builds. So I'm going to provide just an update of where we are right now. Again, it's important to note that what is currently underway or either completed or underway, if all goes well, is 179 units, and that is 35% of our goal, of our 10-year goal. The balance of those units are contained in the 10-year capital plan. Although we don't have third-party funding sources attached to those, we have put them in the capital plan so that as those money becomes available, we'll be able to create more affordable housing to meet our lofty goal of 506 units over the next 10 years. Those units in total would cost about $106 million. So that is the full price of all those units, but we anticipate being successful in grants for about $55 million. So currently we have 5 Marlene Ave, and that is completed and fully occupied. It's 30 studio units, and it's supportive housing with very affordable rents, and it's a very high level of supports. The price tag on that building was $5.2 million. We're currently in the process of our case home, which is a pilot, a 4 tiny home fourplex in Ward 1, and it is under construction. These will be modular builds. The actual modular units are complete. We were able to view them. We very shortly will see them going on the site. These are, again, these are affordable housing, and they will be designed for those individuals on our affordable housing wait list. So they will be paying that rent geared to income rent. The cost of that development is $425,000, and that was approved. Currently, again, we have 177 Colburn Street West in Brantford. That is under construction, 26 studio units. We did get 1 bonus unit there at the same cost, so that was welcome news. These are affordable housing, and they're designed for those in the emergency shelter system with no support needs, very low to no support needs, and those that are 55 plus. The price tag on that particular build is $5.5 million, and there is a third-party funder that we expect will be announced on June the 11th. The site that we are proposing this evening is for Trillium Way as well. It's at the planned development stage. We have a feasibility design on that. It is for 49 1- and 2-bedroom units. So that will accommodate anyone requiring a 1-bedroom apartment. It could be an individual, it could be a couple, a senior, or a family with dependent children. So it is totally mixed income housing. Much of it, depending on if we get rapid rehousing, we will know at what rent levels we will have those units. The price tag for that particular building is $12.5 million. The last development that we are working on is at the planned development stage as well. It's at 346 Shellards Lane. It will potentially be 70 senior units. Again, mixed income housing. Some will be at full market, some will be at 80% of average market rents, and some will be at rent geared to income. So totally a mixed income building, and the rent geared to income individuals and the affordable will clearly make an impact on our seniors waiting list for that building. The proposed budget, although not yet approved, we're just currently underway here, is $17.7 million for that build, and will be funded, will be proposed to be funded from the potential sale of the Arrowdale Golf Course. So that is what is currently underway with our new development. This goes a long way. These are 179 units, again, 35% of our goal for the next 10 years, and will go a long way in housing the needy residents of the city of Brantford and the county of Brant.
You used up your time, Councilor Weaver. Councilor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is good news. What we don't do, I think, well enough is to celebrate our successes and the things that we do well. I'm glad to see this natural outflow of a continuous effort on behalf of a number of members of council. I'm thinking back to I think out of the cold, Councillor Van Tilburg was there, Councillor Antosky was there, Councillor Weaver was there. I think some of their life partners were there as well. And they consistently spoke about the needs of these populations that we're trying to serve. That was just after New Year's, if I recall correctly. And you know, I I understand that we've taken great strides recently in making this a reality, but I've got to salute Councillor Weaver, my ward mate, for the continual dedicated hard work in repeating something often enough until people start to hear your voice, and repeating it often enough so that when you're in the right settings, in the right circles, that people start to echo your sentiments about an unserved population in the city of Brantford. This is a testament to Councillor Weaver's dedication to leadership, dedication to populations that need help. And Councillor Weaver, you have my deep respect for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Sluss, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen, the proposed new build coming on Shellards Lane with the proceeds from Arrowdale, I believe you said was 17.7 million. Is the mixture, I believe you said, our market rent, affordable rent, and rent to geared to income. Is the mixture such that the build is self-sustaining? If you got that formula down pat now, where you know what to do to make that building self-sustaining?
That's right, you, Mr. Mayor. That will be the goal. That is the goal with all new builds where possible. Sometimes it's not possible with some of the supportive units, but in this particular case, it will be. We'll be able to vary the market rents in the building to be able to sustain the balance of the building. So we haven't figured out exactly how many markets will be in that building yet. We don't have our feasibility study complete yet, but the intent, of course, is to make it self-sustaining so that it will cover all its costs. So we will develop a strategy to have market, a number of affordable, and as many rent geared to income as we possibly can, but still keeping the building self-sustaining.
Is the holdup on proceeding the closure of the sale on Airedale? Is that what's holding up that project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are proceeding slowly, but yes, funding would be a dilemma to proceed with that building at this time. We would have to, so we are waiting for that. We are still proceeding. We are certainly doing some studies on the land, and grading is happening. So we are proceeding slowly. We are just not at this time able to commit to being in the ground.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I'm deciding if I'm going to move an amendment, but I have a quick question just to clarify. So part of our discussion tonight was talking about how COVID is most likely going to have an impact on the folks that are going to be in need of some assistance. So with our current target of 506, I'm wondering if there's a mechanism we should put in place to review that in case we need to increase it based on, our new existing reality based after COVID's over. So I'm not sure if it would be prudent to move an amendment asking for staff to review that. or if it should be something that should maybe come along later on.
Through you, through the mayor. So we have looked at all our parcels of land, and we have maximized the numbers of units at this time on those available parcels. So we would certainly, if we were to raise it any higher, we would certainly have to go back and look at the zoning requirements, the potential zoning requirements for those particular lands. But we have maximized the number of units to 70, let's say on the Schellers Lane property. And we have increased the Trillium Way from 23 units to 49 units. So we've done that particular analysis and maximized where possible.
Yeah, I think that's it for you, Councilor Weaver. Councilor McCrory.
Mayor, thank you very much. With respect to the second clause, have we arrived at an agreement yet regarding the mutually agreeable cost sharing discussion and date for a drop dead date?
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Brian Hutchings, CEO. There's a memo in the package. I met with Michael Bradley, the CEO of the county. Just for some background for other members of council. The mayor's housing task force, as the mayors of the city of Brantford and the county of Brant, recommends $55 million be raised by the municipalities, by both of them. And that recommendation, there's $15 million coming from the county. We have no capital agreement right now with the county to contribute to this. We also have an operating agreement that's funded on units and where they're located. Most other municipalities have it on weighted assessment or population. So at this point in time, I met with Mr. Bradley. He has raised this with his council about the population-based funding for both capital and operating. His plan was to give me a letter of understanding by the end of this month. We would negotiate. I'd bring something forward to council on the end of the month, end of June, I apologize. And then what would happen over the course of summer, we would have, he agreed to have an agreement in place by September 30th to bring to both of our councils. That would be agreements for cost sharing, as well as governance and allocation of units. By the end, three things: cost sharing, governance of the committee, and as well as allocation of units between the city and the county. And that would be in place by September 30th to go to both councils, by end of September to go to both councils. So yes, a long answer to a short question, Councilor McCurry. We do have a date. It's in a memo in your packet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And what's the consequence of the agreements not being ratified by that date?
The consequence of that is that we would not proceed with the Trillium Way. It's in the motion until we have a capital agreement. The second consequence on the operating is it means about $2 million to the city of Brantford and operating in a budget reduction next year if you're to cost allocate based on population, which again most other regions and municipalities do, either on population or weighted assessment. So it means about $2 million a year to the operating levy. It's about 1.5% off people's property taxes.
Now we own, Corporation of the City of Brantford owns that property outright. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And do we pay taxes to the county of Brant on the vacant portion?
I'd have to refer to Mary Ellen that whether that's excluded. So I know when I had my experience, my previous municipality was excluded. Mary Ellen, are they excluded or are they taxed?
Through the mayor, they are taxed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Carpenter, you're next.
Thank you. Most questions have been asked, but I have one question for Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen, could you tell us in this year's budget how much money was allocated to housing from the funding envelopes?
Through the mayor, I may have to defer to my financing peers on this. I think your question is how much was afforded to new development? Is that your question?
In this year's budget, how much money was given from the capital envelope for your housing budget? Yes.
There, through the mayor, there was no money allocated from the city budget to affordable housing. We have reserves, we have capital reserves, and a component of our operating goes into the capital reserves for capital. In 2019, we did receive a grant allocation from the provincial government, and it was to be spent by the end of 19, and that wasn't possible. So that amount of money, which was about 2.2 million, was put into our capital reserve, and we instead were able to utilize those monies for capital projects that were ready to go right away.
I think you answered my question about the funding envelope. I wasn't looking for grants from other levels of government and sales of land. I was looking for how much we actually took from the taxpayer to affordable housing. Thank you. And you answered it.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Mary Ellen. So you mentioned the Shellard Lane development, and you said it cost about 17 million. Now, are you also hoping you may be able to get some government grants that possible to help round that out?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. We are continuously looking and applying for every available grant, and we hope to be able to get grants as they arise. So again, we will hopefully be able to lower that price tag and create more affordable units.
Right, and if you have a shortfall, like for example, the anticipated sale proceeds from the sale of the Airedale Golf Course, I mean, it won't pay for all of it. So, but in your planning, in your fiscal planning, you either supplement that with government grants or actually private borrowing, private mortgage borrowing. Is that correct?
Yes, we would look at, we've done a brief analysis. So we would think that the sale would cover about 56 units of the 70. So once we come forward with a financial plan, it would likely include debentures or very hopefully more third-party funding.
Yeah, because some of them, I mean, there are rents paid by some of the tenants, and that's used to service the cost of maintaining the building and the cost of whatever private debenture mortgage financing you have. It's like a homeowner's mortgage. And so the rental revenues, whatever they may be, go towards paying that.
Yes, that is absolutely the case. The more capital we have up front, the more RGI units we can have, but we would make a balance.
And the more other buildings you can do. So the idea is these buildings break even. You don't want us as a city having to subsidize the operating cost.
That is absolutely the plan.
Right, right. And the problem this year has been, as you said, the shovel readiness, right? And but we've got about 2 or 3 that are getting pretty close.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. What's already complete or in the works are the 179 units. So we're pretty optimistic.
Yeah. Okay. And the sale of the Airedale lands also contemplated. That resolution had the anticipated property tax proceeds be paid by that portion of land to be developed, which I think estimated at $10 million over the first 10 years. That's all allocated towards affordable housing. So what will that be used for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that will indeed be used for additional affordable housing. We anticipate that money will start rolling in at year 6. So that will help us to develop those housing units from year 6 to year 10. So the balance of the units up to 506 units.
Right. So as we move forward in the housing plan, it's interesting. Some buildings we qualify for rapid funding from the federal government. Others partnership with the county. Others the proceeds from the sale of lands we have. Others other grant programs. Some of it's private debenture financing. It's what we're trying to do is make the best use of all the resources we have available to us to expand that housing stock as best we can.
Yes, that is correct. Every building is complex, and we look for every available dollar from a variety of sources.
Right. Okay. All right. So with that, I don't see any other hands raised. We can take the vote on this item, please.
Item 13.1.4, Housing Development Progress of the Affordable Housing Action Plan and the Housing Master Plan has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Tusky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay, we'll now move forward to items 13.31 and 13.32, obviously separately. We're dealing with these separately because of conflicts. The first one is the application for a zoning amendment regarding 10 Jubilee Ave. So, any discussion on that? What are you throwing up there? I thought it was 13.31.
My apologies, I'll switch it.
Tony, you're telling me we missed that one, or is that just?
No, my apologies. That was just the 13s and my eyesight. So my apologies for putting the wrong item on the screen. The correct one is there now.
Because usually it's my mistake.
I'll take this one, Mayor Davis.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, if you take the vote on that, please.
Item 13.3.1 being the applications for zoning bylaw amendment PZ-10-20 and the draft plan of condominium 29CD-100504 for 10 Jubilee Avenue has carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Martin, and Tusky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter, noting conflicts for both Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor McCurry.
And then the next item, 13.3.2, that's zoning, that's the short-term rental accommodation bylaw or resolution. And so Councillor Vanderstel declared conflict on that. So any discussion on this one? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on this one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wall, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, I'm moving a deferral on this item. My seconder is Councillor McCurry.
What time and place? What's the deferral?
Want me to read the deferral?
Yeah, please.
That item 13.3.2 be deferred 3 cycles in order for staff to execute a public engagement campaign to reach out to property owners who own short-term rental accommodations and other stakeholders, potential users, and to investigate further similar or unique regulations or lack thereof in communities such as.
Okay.
Good, if I may.
No, it's time and place. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
not a referral, it's a deferral.
Yep.
Sorry.
This spoke
Right.
first.
Yeah, anybody else want to speak to the deferral, time and place? Saying none? All right, I'll call the vote then on the motion to defer.
The motion to defer for item 13.3.2 being amendments to the City of Brantford zoning bylaw 160-90 and the County of Brant zoning bylaw 61-16 for the annexed lands respecting short-term accommodations PZ03-21 citywide has carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, McCurry, Martin, and Tusky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, so the one remaining separate item is 13.4.3. That's in reference to casino funds update. I'm gonna have to ask Councillor Wall to take the chair, so I'm gonna move an amendment. Before we do that, I promised clerk staff we only have 2 working tonight and they're not able to spell one another out, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break. I'm back with Councillor Wall, if you'd be in the chair, please. up and get Councillor Wall back. There we are. So, Councillor Wall, the clerk staff are all back in place and we're ready to roll.
All right, fantastic. Moving on to item 13.4.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to make an amendment. I don't know if anybody wanted to speak to this before I make the amendment. But I guess with the time running, I'll put my amendment on the floor. So the amendment is that, clerk staff, if you can, got it there. So this is moved by myself. It's seconded by Councillor Antosky, that item 13.4.3 be amended to include the following as clause B, that city clerk be directed to work with the Brant Community Foundation, present a report to Finance Committee regarding a partial community grant program similar to the program run in 2020 to an upset limit of $250,000 for the 2021 grant year. I'm going to ask clerk staff, if you could please share, this would be a spreadsheet that came to us at the Finance Committee where we received the original report. I think you've got it there. If you might share it, please, so I can explain this. Yeah, so what we have here, Mr. Chair, this is, we had this at the Finance Committee, so at least 4 other council members have seen it. This is a very good and a very astute estimate of what we will likely receive in the casino proceeds, our share of the gaming revenue, and how that's got to be distributed, what the priorities are. And so the very top column, you see at the beginning of this year, we had a balance in our casino reserves of $8 million. That's accumulated over the various years we've been receiving that's been unspent. And at the end of this year, we expect the balance to be $4,377,000. I mean, the really good news for the community is as you go down below that, you'll see that the city is going to have enough money. Oh, first of all, the estimated casino receipts this year, staff estimate at $500,000, which I think is probably appropriate. The casino will likely reopen under the current system probably in mid-July, but it won't be the same as what it was. But in 2022, it's a very conservative prediction of $1,250,000. Normally, it's well in advance of $5 million. And everybody agreed at Finance was a very conservative, safe prediction. But anyway, so you go down below, this is how the money is going to be spent. There's some good news here for various groups that will be maintaining the commitment to the county from these proceeds, also to the Y-Laurie Athletic Complex, the boundary compensation, that is, owed to the county. The BCHS, that's the Emergency Department Redevelopment, we committed to that. And good news for the hospital and rebuilding the emergency department. We estimate the proceeds will be there for the next 2 years. And likewise, physician recruitment, annual arts grants, and Christmas baskets. But there have been some, if you can just move down a bit, please, clerk staff. To do this, we've had to take certain items out. And so for this year, you'll see there's nothing for the city grants program, nothing for transfer to waterfront. So these items down below are normally, there'd be funds going towards these reserves and proceeds. And the city grants program, that goes to the community foundation. They distribute the money on our behalf. Last year, we cut back the community foundation with its normal $700,000 down to, I think, about half. And so this resolution amends what we're doing here. So this year, there's about a maximum of $250,000 going to the Brant Community Foundation, because there's a lot of community groups that receive funds for the foundation. And let's face it, the last year has been very hard on a number of community groups. This will flow some money through, and I came with 250, representing about a third of what they normally receive, and being mindful of the balances in our accounts and not wanting to get too close to zero. So I think we can still flow some funds and do so on a very safe, conservative basis without jeopardizing the financial viability of our casino proceeds and casino reserves. So that's the intent, to make sure that this year, 2021, at least some money flows that the community foundation can then disperse on our behalf to various groups that apply. They're all nonprofits. They often meet certain conditions and requirements. So Councillor Antosky has seconded this, and there it is. The amendment's on the floor.
And well within your time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. First speaker, Councillor Antosky, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to second this. As the mayor said, there's been a lot of community groups out there that have been hurting. They do a lot of good work in our community. And if you were to equate what they do through their volunteerism and what they provide to the community for very low costs, there's no way we could do it for, they probably do it at 1/10 of the cost it would cost for the city or a professional organization to do it. And not only that, it starts to build back our engagement in the community, because that's certainly fallen by the wayside. So I think this is really important on a number of fronts. It brings back some programs to our residents that are offered by volunteers and groups. It also raises monies for very important initiatives in our community, and it gets people back out working together after a time where we haven't, and maybe in some cases need to learn how to do it again. So I thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I know that we're the envy of a number of communities to have this process where we have city grants for our community, and it allows our citizens to do what they do well and commit their time and their efforts to their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Next up, Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, we've done something like this in the past. Support it 100%. Not just for the groups, but obviously for so many people that they are trying to serve and hoping to serve. That whole structure has just been decimated by not only the pandemic itself, but by the lack of funding and a lack of, chance or opportunity to do their good work. So just a quick question through you to Joelle. I would assume the Waterfront Master Plan Reserve Fund, how much is in that account right now? Do we know that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would need to get that information.
No, that's fine.
But
That's
you
fine.
have to wager a guess. It's been accumulating at that sum of the $175,000 annually for about 3 years now, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much, Joelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderstelt. Councillor Carpenter, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as I said at Finance Committee, staff did a really good job of taking the little bit of money that was left here and allocating it to priorities that I think certainly ones that I agree with. And while the $250,000 is cutting it close, it does fill the rest of the need that I think is a priority, and I can support this. And I don't need to repeat what other members of council have already said. I will support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Okay, seeing no further speakers. Last call. Okay, call the vote on the amendment.
The amendment to item 13.4.3, being the casino funds update, has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash-McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay, are there any speakers to the amended item? Okay, seeing no speakers, call to vote.
Item 13.4.3, being casino fund update as amended, has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash-McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Ain't no thing. Okay, Mr. Mayor, the chair is yours.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wall, for doing that for me. So we've now dealt with all of the committee reports. The items are separated. We'll now move into resolutions. The first one comes to us. It's the monthly CAO COVID emergency report, and as usual, there is a resolution to receive that and some other provisions. So I believe, Councillor Wall, you You're going to move this. Can you please read it and state your second?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Van Tilburg. CAO COVID-19 Emergency Update 05/25/2021. That report 2021-407 titled CAO COVID-19 Emergency Update 5/25/21 be received, and B, that the redeployment of city staff to the Brant Community Healthcare System found the Grand River Community Health Center and any other local agency, health agency, or health service provider as approved by the CAO be approved, and that the CAO be delegated authority to execute any agreements necessary, included but not limited to voluntary employment redeployment agreements and amendments if necessary, which are required to redeploy the city staff to the Brant Community Healthcare System, the Grand River Community Healthcare, or any local health agency or health service provider to provide services to the public, which are aimed at reducing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And D, that staff be directed to prepare to maintain virtual council operations until January 1st, 2022, but continue to monitor regulations and health statistics relating to COVID-19 pandemic, and to present a report for council's consideration on alternative meeting operations, including a return to in-person meetings, which report shall proceed directly to council no later than September 2020.
Great. Okay. So any discussion on that? Councilor Weaver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in reference to D, when that does come back, I'm just curious from staff what type of scenarios we're going to be looking at. I sort of foreseen us continuing with the virtual model for committee of the whole, but then at council, we would all be at chambers. So has staff had any thought about what that's going to look like yet?
Through your worship, Heidi DeVries, General Manager, People, Legislative Services and Planning. Further to Councillor Weaver's question, we are working through what that could look like, but we don't have any concrete answers. That's part of why we need a bit more of a runway here in order to land the new operations. So this council took off when COVID happened and successfully implemented on average about 20 meetings a month through this pandemic in an incredible virtual environment. And we don't want to lose a lot of what we learned in terms of accessibility to members of the public, delegates, and members of council. But we also are entering a brand new city hall with brand new technology and new equipment. And so we'd like to utilize that new technology and equipment to find ways to continue accessible meetings, but also have opportunities to meet in person. And so we're working through what some of those options might look like. So at this point, if a decision is made to remain purely virtual or to return to in-person proceedings, it would be based on fully in-person or fully virtual until such time as that report can set out some of those alternative options for City Council. And that's our goal, to bring that report forward based on what we've learned and what we see happening in some other larger municipalities as well.
Okay, very good. Yeah, perhaps we could have a system in place where if we have delegations, we go in person. And if we find there's no delegations and it's virtual, or some sort of methodology for that. So, okay, thanks, Heidi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Councillor Carpenter, you're next.
Thank you, to Mr. Freeze. Maybe you could, how are we dealing with employees? Are we going to allow employees to continue to work virtually? Are we going to give them options? Do we know what the program's going to be there? Have you got any ideas?
So okay, I see our CAO, so yeah. He trumps me.
Sorry, yeah, you can go ahead, Heidi, if you like. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So through the chair, I'm sure Mr. Hutchings can add to this, but essentially the city is rolling out and has approved a work from home model, which you've heard from Ms. Sordo and her various updates to council on the new city hall. In terms of the meeting structure, though, that is 100% something that we also need to explore. So again, a return to in-person meetings would see staff also being in person, unless we can find ways to integrate the technology where you have something a bit like what we see here, like a Jetsons approach, where somebody could be in person, you could have half the meeting in person, but people who need to call in can call in using some of that technology. I mean, the new city hall is incredible. There's a lot of technology there, but we first need to understand what the software is capable of doing, and whether or not there are other hardware needs. So Again, this goes to accessibility, where you may have staff who may not be able to attend, especially if you still have some quarantine obligations if people are ill, but could still technically attend a meeting. We don't know those answers at this point. That's why we're bringing that report forward in the fall.
And of course, the accessibility for the public to be able to be, us to be more transparent for the public with this new technology as well.
Through the chair, I'm actually glad you raised that, because there's a current ombudsman report. You may actually be aware of that. I know you do read those things, and critical of certain meeting procedures where the stream was cut and therefore the meeting was technically closed. This council and through the administration had backup systems in place. We were already doing the very things the ombudsman recommended. So like I said, this council and the administration, we've been leaders in virtual meeting environments, and we certainly don't want to throw that all away, and want to know how we can best do that given the new technology. And so one of the constraints here is not simply the pandemic, and I know this is a report coming out of the EOC. It's not simply that response and that we could be back to in-person in September. It's certainly our hope, but it's coming together at the same time that you're entering a brand new facility with technology that is yet untested. And some of that testing has been delayed. You as members of council and all of your task force, you have 48 different task forces and committees, including council, of people who would need to be trained on this technology, and getting them all in over the summer months to successfully land this plane will be a challenge. And we want to make sure we do it well.
Okay, and I only have one ask of you is whatever you decide, staff recommendation is about coming back, council in full council chambers. I would hope that you consult all members of council on that. I know you will. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstorp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering, I know we've gone through a massive change in how we present our public face to the public. And I remember my first term and second term council of trying to bring more cameras into the council chambers to broadcast more meetings, and being admonished at that point that wasn't something that I was allowed to do or able to do or should be doing. Now we've been forced to do that. So I'm just wondering, following up on that previous question to Mr. Vries, based on what public were able to attend our previous meetings prior to COVID, by what percentage have we increased our visibility, our front and center visibility to the public eye? I mean, I think we're broadcasting absolutely everything, or are we not?
So through the chair, I'm not going to nail the numbers on this one. You know how I feel about numbers, but so if you want exact percentages, I can get council those numbers later. But there has been an uptick in our meeting viewing since we've moved to our own streaming platform. You have made pretty much every meeting and proceeding accessible through a YouTube channel. And so we don't simply rely on our former provider. I know I've heard it around this table for years, whether or not we could bring our own cameras in and do our own streaming. We've successfully done that, but because we're on the Zoom platform and we stream these meetings to YouTube Live, when you move off of the Zoom platform and you move into in-person proceedings and meetings in your new council chambers, one of the things we need to work on is how we develop and gain the technology to produce your meetings. So meeting production prior to this took place in council chambers through technology hardware that was operated by and owned by a third party. All of the hardware will be operated by, or at least owned by, the city of Brantford, and the operation of that system and the production of our meetings in an accessible format is something that is currently in the works. So again, that goes to not wanting to lose a lot of what we've gained, which is transparency, accessibility, and the public viewing, which again leads to that accountability in the public.
Okay, if you require any, or if IT services or whoever it is that's actually doing the mucky work of putting all this together and building a hybrid version for however long we're going to use it, require any assistance, any volunteers, any people who are willing to assist in that process, I would be more than willing to assist so that we could speed up the process if we needed to. And I open up the floor to others who would volunteer their assistance as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll comment on this because it's interesting, the perspective. Like in terms of the public, we have some members of the public that definitely want in-person meetings because they want to come to a meeting. They want to see us face to face. They want to be able to talk to us. And they want, what I would just like to see us reacquire, and that is the personal contact, looking eye to eye, and making a presentation, and watching you. And then we have other members of the public that love the virtual format. They love the convenience of being able to be a delegation from home. They love the convenience of being able to watch on Zoom, meetings that could be Wednesday at 9 o'clock, social services, finance, and different meeting nights. And so, definitely moving towards a hybrid model is, I think, what we want, which will satisfy the greatest number of people and what they ask of us, and which is transparent and being more accessible. And so we've got to provide both. But as staff has said, it's a challenge to do that. It's like easier said than done. But when you really think about it, yeah, it's a big challenge. And we got to be in the new city hall, get used to the technology, figure out how to do it. But as I've told staff, certainly my default precedent or preference for the actual being a participant in the meeting is we lose something through Zoom. There's something about having an in-person meeting. Now I'm talking about us as a council, and being able to see one another and watch one another and speak to one another. It's just the personal interactions, watching the body language. Somehow Zoom doesn't do that. And I've had a couple of recent in-person meetings, and it's really unusual when you're seeing somebody across a table, albeit with masks on, but what you get out of that personal contact, you miss through Zoom. So my preference for us as a council is, of course, mine's not the only voice or the only decision, but I've made it pretty clear to staff that as soon as we can get into the in-person meetings, that's tradition. That's what we're used to. That's the human contact. But at the same time, we've got to meet through a hybrid formula, provide more flexibility, transparency, so that people can come if they want and delegate, or they can do it through the phone or through Zoom or whatever. So it'll be a challenge, but this council and staff, we've led in many ways in front of other municipalities across Ontario, and moving immediately to Zoom almost within a month of the pandemic, and other municipalities waited months. And so I think we've already shown that we'll be nimble, innovative, and adaptive. But we do have a bit of a challenge with the technology and the software and working all that out. But I'm pretty confident we'll get it all worked out. Councillor Slesson and Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you two, I guess, Heidi, do we have in the technologies ways of measuring viewership? Like, do we know if we're getting more people watching now than when it was on Rogers, or can we compare that at all to see if more people are engaged now or less people?
So through the chair, I can see what sort of numbers we could get from Rogers in terms of viewership. And historically, so it won't be really comparing apples to apples, because historically really only committee of the whole and council was broadcasted, which again, this goes to you have increased viewership because you've increased what people can view. So I jumped onto the accessibility committee the other day and I could watch their meeting. And that's not something that we typically would broadcast, but I'll take that back and certainly ask if we can, through communications in the city clerk's department, provide council with some idea of what our viewership has been over the course of the pandemic and how that may have been impacted by our streaming to YouTube.
Okay, if we could compare apples to apples, like a committee of the whole meeting, how many typically would watch, and now how many typically watch? And the same with council. We do have certain meetings that have been consistent, so we should be able to make that direct comparison. If it's good, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. Through the clerk, I just heard from our city clerk, and thanks to technology, that they are looking at this, and this would be included in the report comparing 2019 numbers.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Mayor Davis. I'm going to do my normal thing and just be super thankful. When the pandemic first hit, no one really knew how we were going to do this. And I just want a huge shout out to staff for pulling it all together. And I hope, I want to go back to in-person meetings, because there's something about the tangible, about being in the same place together, the conversations that happen in the hallway. And to be brutally honest, I miss staff incredibly. I miss being able to walk into their office and talk to them about something that might be coming up on a meeting, or, I miss being at the office, I guess I could say. But I'm also thankful that we've pulled this together, and to everyone, to, you know, clerk's department, to the IT department, to every staff member who had a touch in making these meetings possible. Thank you. And I hope that we can find a way to preserve this, because having the ability to live stream all of our meetings and, you know, I watched a committee of adjustments meeting the other day. And again, I think someone said that that wasn't going to be possible. But with that said, before we got into this innovative world we live in now, where, you know, 2020 and 2021, where all this stuff is live streamed, for a very long time, we've relied on our media partners, the newspaper and Rogers, and they were the only way that people could, if they couldn't come in person. So I just want to give a huge shout out to, especially Rogers, you know, for having done all of our meetings for all that long time. And of course to, you know, the Brant News when they were here, and the Expositor, because, you know, a lot of people get their news from the Expositor, and that's the only way they know anything happens at council, and then they're calling us to talk about it. So I really hope, sorry, I'm going on and on. I hope that we continue to be a more accessible, easy to communicate with, broadcasted live spectacle of a council, because the work that we do here, the work that staff do, deserves to be recognized and accredited and published and shouted from the rooftops, because running a city isn't easy, and it is a lot of work, and there's a ton of stuff happening, and ultimately anything that makes us more accessible and gets the word out. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So thank you to everybody involved in making these things possible.
Okay, so not seeing any speakers, Madam Clerk, please call the vote on this.
Item 14.1 being the CAO COVID-19 emergency update for May 25th, 2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councilor Vanderstelt.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Now we'll move into notice of motion, one of which Councilor McCurry would like to convert it into a resolution. So why don't we take that one first? That's 14.1 yard waste collection services. Councilor McCurry, I think you want to not present this as a notice of motion, but as a resolution, but of course that requires a motion to waive with 2/3 vote to carry. So put your motion on the floor, please.
Mayor, just bear with me a second. The screen view. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I see the screen view. Yes, Councilor Martin is the seconder on both the motion to waive and the main motion. And I'll read it for you now, Mayor. Reads as follows. The sections 1511.5 and 15.311 of Chapter 15 of the City of Brantford Municipal Code be waived in order to introduce the following resolution without prior notice of motion and without being first considered by a committee of the whole or standing committee. 14.1 Yard waste collection services. Whereas Council approved the implementation of the biweekly collection of yard waste as part of the award of RFT 2019-97 for solid waste collection services for the years 2020 through 27 on December 18th, 2019, and whereas the biweekly yard waste collection program commenced on April 5, 2021, and whereas feedback and inquiries were received from the constituents on the yard waste collection program, now therefore be it resolved that the General Manager of Public Works or designate be directed to commence a seasonal spring and summer weekly collection program for yard waste materials effective from 5 June, which is a change from what's before us, and B, that the contract for solid waste collection services for 2020-27 with Waste Connections of Canada of an address in Hamilton be amended to provide weekly yard waste collections at an annual additional cost of approximately $10,000 for 2021 and $114,000 for 2022 and future operating budgets, and that the additional 2022 weekly yard waste collection costs be included as a previously approved council initiative in the 22 solid waste operations budget. D, that City Council direct the GM Public Works Commission and the Manager of Purchasing to execute the required amending agreement in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor, and the necessary bylaw to amend Chapter 440 garbage collection removal of the City of Brantford Municipal Code to commence a weekly collection program for yard waste materials and any other necessary updates as required be presented at a special City Council for adoption on June the 1st, which is an amendment to what's before us as well, Mayor. Thank you.
Give the motion to waive, Councilor Martin.
Sorry, no, I meant for the main motion once it's on the floor.
All right, any discussion on the motion to waive? Councilor? Councilor Weaver?
On the motion?
It's on the motion, the waiver of the rules. So.
Okay, well, I'd like to comment on why I won't be supporting it, but I guess I can't.
Yeah. Not seeing any, all right, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on the motion to waive. Requires a 2/3 vote to pass.
Sorry, Mayor Davis, just through you to Councillor McCurry, the second date change, I was just following along in the text and I just want to make sure that I've got the second June reference and I'm placing it in the right location. The first change was that in clause A, the July 5th date was adjusted to June 5th date when you read that.
Correct.
And then that was the second date in clause E.
It was a special council to be ratified at a special council June the 1st.
So to present the bylaw at a special council for June the 1st.
Correct, yes.
So through the mayor,
yeah.
I'll look to you for that language. As with our procedural bylaw, you're the one that can actually call for a special meeting. So I'm not sure on the floor adjusting a resolution if that satisfies your need.
It satisfies my need because either council will support it or they won't.
Certainly. So the June 1st special council meeting is what we're looking for in clause E.
Yep.
Okay, I've adjusted it. I'm ready for the
okay.
Motion.
Let's take please take the vote then on the motion to waive rules.
The motion to waive the rules has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, Ventile, Bork, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Weaver, Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, so Councillor McCurry, now you want to move your resolution?
Mayor, yes. Do you require me to read it a second time?
No.
Thank you. So I'll simply speak to it then. As I said before, it's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Martin. And this resolution before us tonight, and I thank everybody for allowing us to waive the rules and bring it forward. Otherwise, it would have been a moot question, as we never would have gotten to it in time to have really any effect for the spring and summer gardening season. I want to first of all assure staff that they were quite correct in looking to a biweekly yard waste collection as a reasonable alternative, and it was intended to alleviate some climate change things and to save a few bucks. And we all think that all that stuff's pretty good, but what we failed to do was talk to the people who put out bags of yard waste every week to see what they thought of it. And I, for one, and Councillor Martin, we found out pretty quickly that they don't like this at all, and it's a real detriment to a lot of people in the community. It's a reduction in a basic service, for which we didn't consult, and we really didn't do anything but inform folks about it. We really, as Councillor Wall likes to tell us, and I'm a believer in what Councillor Wall says, you can't consult too much with the public. And if you don't consult with them beforehand, you get consulted afterwards. And we've certainly been consulted afterwards on this issue. They've certainly contacted Councillor Martin and I. This is hardest on folks who are seniors because it's tough for them to get by with storing this stuff for 2 weeks at a time, and having the bags rot and having to create extra work for them. And it's a bit of a blight on some neighborhoods as people put their bags out on the wrong week and get their backs up rightly when it's not taken away and just leave it there. Hardest on seniors, hardest on people that like to cut their lawns more than once a month. Hard on people that do gardening, even if they compost, because it's tough to deal with the amount of waste that you get in spring and summer. So I'll note that the date, and my apologies, it wasn't until over the weekend that we decided that we hadn't really done the right thing in terms of getting this on tonight's agenda, and it was still appearing as a notice of motion. And that's why the dates were changed this evening as we got into the debate to accommodate moving this forward tonight and getting this into people's hands, so to speak, as quickly as we can, and making this thing work. Staff did a pretty good job in terms of creating the online application. That works for about half the folks that are computer savvy. For the other half, they just watch the neighbors and do what they do. And a lot of times the neighbors are wrong. And, we've seen the result of this. So I hope everybody will support this today. As I said, it's a basic service, which we have rolled back on constituents, taxpayers, really without their blessing. And I hope everybody will support this tonight and make this right for the people that pay their way in this city and for whom have come to rely on this basic and much needed service.
Next, Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was under the impression this was going to come forward as a notice of motion, which I was looking forward to, because that would actually give my constituents the opportunity to hear about it and to give them time to get me some information about it. To date, I've only received one email in favor of this, mind you, but that's only one email. So I'm not sure if it's on the radar of necessarily all of my constituents, which is, again, why I was hoping we'd have a bit more of a few more opportunities to discuss and debate this. So I will most likely support it as it is right now, because today's the only day we're going to have to do that. And I do think it is a good resolution. So thank you.
Councilor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment. I'll wait till others have had a chance to speak before I bring it forward. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. I know that when we were negotiating the contract for this, some of the reasons for moving this direction, I know some of them were obviously cost reductions, which quite rightly resulted in service reductions, but part of it was also the environmental footprint, and the in theory was not having as many trucks on the road, not taking as many routes, all of those things. But I'm wondering if that has come to bear, or if really, the trucks are having to do 2 routes on the same day. So we're really equaling the same thing in terms of an environmental footprint and reducing service.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the hands General Manager, Public Works, I'll have Selby answer that question for you. Just a note that the June 5th date is a Saturday. I don't believe we collect on Saturday, so they would commence on the following Monday. Selby.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Selvi Conguera, Director of Environmental Services. To Councillor Antosky, in terms of climate change, bi-weekly means the contractor only collects half of the area, so there is a reduction in the truck travel. So that is a savings from the perspective of climate change.
They're collecting half of the area, but so are they only having to make one route, even though most households might be putting out double the product? because they're going half the time?
Through you, Councillor Anderson, that's right. So they don't have to go through the whole area in 1 week. So they're only going through half the area and collected double the amount of material if that is set out by the residents, right? So is that answers your question?
So, and I know we haven't had this in place long enough to have any final numbers, but we are looking at a reduction in that department, climate change footprint, GHG. That's part of the commitment of the city, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we do bi-weekly, there is a reduction, yes. So if we switch back to weekly, there is additional truck travel. So yes, we'll be going back to what we were. If it is bi-weekly, there is a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions.
And can the change of the contract happen this quickly? It sounds like it can.
It's going to be pretty hectic, and because we need to look at the app that's used by public, the Recycle Coach app, informing public, website change, contact center change, contract amendment, bylaw amendment. Yes, it's going to be pretty busy. July 5th is a month away. That would give us a little bit, time to do this right. 2 weeks is going to be very tight if the city wants to do that, council wants to do that.
Thank you, Selby. Yeah, I had a bit of a hesitancy to waive the rules as well, but I mean, we have also had some complaints, but change does bring in some complaints. And I agree, we should do more consulting, but we are arguing that we didn't consult with the constituents, and now we're making a change tonight and not consulting with the constituents. So there may be some in favor of this too. So I'm not sure that a rushed decision on this is the best thing. And I do understand the complaints of the neighborhoods, but I'm struggling a little bit with the process here. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Utley.
Was that me, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. You were breaking up a bit there. I'm going to support the resolution. I didn't get as many complaints as I expected with the yard waste. So it's hard to really measure if the bi-weekly pickup is popular or not. The other thing is that for what this costs on an annual basis, it's savings, but it's not a lot of savings in the bigger picture. And I believe most residents prefer the weekly yard waste pickup. One of the things that came to mind was how many people were saying, "Hey, I'm not waiting for 2 weeks. I want to put my clippings in with the regular garbage," and then it goes off to the landfill site. And it's hard to know how many people are doing that or did do that. Anyhow, I think for what it costs, I'm okay with a weekly yard waste pickup. Thank you.
Great. Next, Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think Councillor Utley hit on something that I've observed happening, and that's people dumping the grass clippings and whatnot into black bags, and because they don't want to store it for almost 2 weeks. So I get that part of it, but maybe you could help me out, Selby, from the estimates process. I thought this would realized a $40,000 annual saving. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When in 2019, in December of 2019, when we awarded bi-weekly, there was a $40,000 savings. You're right, Councillor. But if you see the price, we went back to the contractor for the price to switch from biweekly to weekly. They've proposed a 45% increase. It's $115,000 per year increase we're looking at.
So boil all that all down to somebody that's not an accountant. I don't think we come out too good on that, did we?
That's right, through you, Mr. Mayor. If I could say that in 2019, when we awarded, that would have been a time to get, it was a better deal at the time. Now we're trying to negotiate with the contractor and we've got a higher price.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next, Councilor Martin. Councilor Martin.
Thank you. And thank you to council for advancing this this evening. This is something that I've heard loud and clear from my constituents. This is a big problem. There's the issue of spring cleanup of people's yards. You got a lot of yard waste, and you can't necessarily wait for that second week, especially if people put it out by mistake on the wrong week. If it's raining, the bags get all wet. You try to bring them in and everything breaks, and you got to clean it all up into a new bag and drag it back and then drag it back out the next week. So it's unfortunate that we didn't really consult the public on this ahead of time and get their reaction, but it's something that I think needs to happen. And as Councillor Sless's question illustrated, it's far easier to do this right the first time. It saves you money because when you negotiate changes, that's when you end up paying for things. And that's why I pushed for the green bin program off the start, because to try and bring that in later is going to be a huge expense by negotiating it after the fact. So it's unfortunate that we're having to renegotiate this contract, but I think it is something that is needed, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Wolf.
And at this point, I don't know what's left to be said, Mr. Chair, but I will say it. I'm going to support this wholeheartedly. I don't like the idea of it costing more money, and I don't like the fact that it's not necessarily good for the environment. But at the end of the day, it's been said by even some of the delegations today, we represent the people. And my phone blew up. The neighborhood association was getting emails and phone calls about it. All three neighborhood associations that I'm a part of. And there was a couple of things pointed out, and I will validate it. People were just putting it in garbage bags to throw it out, which is not what we want. Also, all it takes is one single person on the street to put it out, and then everybody's like, oh, it's my time to put it out. And then everybody goes and puts it out, which is super duper confusing. And then we talked about communication and messaging and all this stuff here on this council. And like, honestly, no matter how hard our media partners try, no matter how hard our communications department tries, no matter how many times we put a post on Facebook or update the website, people just don't know. And if they were used to it being every week and then suddenly it stops being not every week, they start asking questions. So yeah, I'm going to support this because I guess it's the status quo and that's what it is. I do have a question because I'm wondering, because I know that I got a lot of calls and messages on Facebook about it, but I'm wondering if we have any idea how many people actually called 759-4150 and talked to one of our amazing customer service staff about this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are two types of requests. We get service requests and information requests. So these are all tracked through our customer relations management software system. So in April, we received 35 service requests and it dropped to 26 or so, I believe, in May. So the number of calls are dropping and the service requests are dropping. And we definitely see even the inquiries have dropped considerably from April 5th when it started. The first week, there was a number of calls and requests, but then we see the second cycle, there's a considerable drop in the call service requests and even meeting the bylaw requirements. And third cycle, we see, it's the situation getting better and better. Our staff are very well able to manage, and they've been going around and talking to residents, helping them out. So residents are very appreciative of that.
So Was that 90 calls? Is that what I heard?
A service request, 35 service requests in the first week, sorry, in April, I should say. And then it dropped to 26 or so in the month of May, the number of service requests. Now, obviously, there are a lot of calls we receive from public. That includes all solid waste requests. We received around 1,000 requests in April. It has dropped to 700 or so in the month of May, but that's not just yard waste, that includes all kinds of calls. So from staff perspective, the calls are decreasing quite a bit, service requests are decreasing quite a bit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend the time at council. We do it in 1 hour increments. We still have, two notices of motion. We're at the end of resolutions, but of course we've got bylaws as well. So looking for a mover to extend for 1 hour. Moved by Councillor Antosky, second by Councillor Utley. Any discussion on that? Just physically raise your hands. You want to say anything? Not seeing anything. Madam Clerk, we can take the vote on that, please.
Councillor Utley, I'm just waiting for your response. Thank you. The motion to extend the hour has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, McCreary, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Councillor Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, next on the list of speakers, Councillor Van Tilburg.
When you got something that's working good, I guess don't mess with it. And I hope we consider that for any time that we are manipulating the service to the public in order to save a dime. The public's happy to be paying taxes as long as they're receiving a service. And there's a funny truth out there. Their taxes will go up. And if you're cutting their services, you're going to hear about it. And we can do both at the same time. You can increase taxes and cut services. And while this is relatively small in the big scale of things, it's just something you've got to keep in mind. It's a valuable service. People were used to it. People were happy with it. Nobody was asking for change. And so I'm happy that we're looking at it. It's a little bit costly, but who's to say what the negotiations would have been if we were renegotiating a weekly. So I mean, I don't have the crystal ball for that. Things were changing. Our prices did go up. And but I mean, keep that in mind if you're going to start manipulating other garbage and recycling procedures. You better have a very clear mandate from the public before we mess around. The fact that many people called tells me a lot. Most people don't call. Most people just complain. Most people may do something that we don't want them to do. So we've got the unintended consequences of this as well. I think I'll just leave it at that. I'm happy the motion came up. A number of people were asking me to do something just before the motion came up at the right time. I said, look, there's a motion coming and I'm going to be happy to support it. And that is going to make a number of members of the community quite happy. I hope we can get this turned around as quickly as possible. But again, it's going to be a minor inconvenience until we do. But the fact that people see their garbage getting picked up weekly and all of a sudden what they're used to doing doesn't happen, that can be frustrating. I do have a question for Selby or anyone that's willing to take it. When we hire a contractor for garbage pickup, why are we having people contact our staff? And we've contacted this out. Why don't they call why are we the middleman in the complaints department? We have a service being done that we contract out. Why don't they take the complaints directly from the community? Why is it there an interaction through us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the residents are our customers. We want to make sure we know what kind of calls we're receiving, how many calls, and make sure they are serviced right. There are some calls that even when they, so for example, bulk pickup calls go to a contractor directly, but we monitor to make sure that the residents are responded on time and appropriately. So customer contact center is a one number that public knows, and they can, for any city service or questions, they can call. That makes it easy on them as well.
Okay, thank you.
We've got second speakers, but I think Councillor Vanderstep, did you say you had an amendment that you want to put on the floor? I think.
I'd like to try one, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think now would be the time to do that.
Thank you. Either Tanya or Emma, I think you may have a copy of that somewhere hanging around. I'm going to readjust my screen here. Yes, that staff be requested to work with the service provider to build a record of use of this service as an as-needed basis and develop a plan for future sector-specific services. So I've heard every part of the argument. I agree with it. We need this service and it should come back to weekly. But here's the problem. From my perspective, we have a couple of opportunities here. We don't really know where everything is coming from, how much is coming from what area of the city. So arguably, if you go to the new areas in Ward 1 and some in new areas of Ward 4, you won't see a healthy tree canopy. You'll see a rather sparse tree canopy, and in some cases, hardly any turf to work with. So understandably, you wouldn't want to necessarily send a diesel truck down that route to pick up things that aren't there. Similarly, you'd say the same about urban centers, or you'd say the same about a vast portion of Ward 1, which is farmland. I certainly don't want to send a diesel truck through all these areas when we're not really sure about which product we're going to be picking up where, how much volume, how much weight, that kind of a thing. So, you know, and transpose this over top of that that line on power line where, you know, we're going to be ripping up all that green space and servicing that as well in the future. What I'd like to see is an actual record of what we're picking up from where in the city. And I would say that there would be fluctuations in where that's happening, where it's coming from based on climate change. 2 years ago, we couldn't cut grass fast enough. Grass is heavy. It takes up a lot of space. It's a mess to deal with. So if you don't deal with it on the week of, you're going to have problems. But it always changes. So I'm wondering about whether or not we would entertain the idea as a council of asking for a record. How much weight is coming from Henderson-Surmey? How much weight is coming from a brand new portion of Ward 1 on Witteveen Drive, let's say? Just so that we know where to send our trucks on a more regular basis. Without the measurement, without the data, it's pretty hard to, I would say, hive off a section of your service because it's not necessary. I think it's a valid question to ask, and I'm looking for your support.
Who's the seconder on this? Councillor Weaver.
Councillor Untowski, yes.
Friendly to the mover.
So we have the mover saying that he'll include that. Will Councillor Martin, you okay with that? Seconder of that? Thumbs up. It's in there. Okay, so let's, we have a friendly amendment. And now, so second speaking opportunities to resolution. Councillor Untowski.
Sorry, you're muted.
Yep, sorry, I was trying to hit the mute button and a whole other bar came up. So thank you, Mayor. I don't know if there's a way for us to measure. It's an interesting concept about people throwing out their yard waste, which is certainly an unintended consequence. And so I don't know if that's something that they're noticing more at the landfill. I'm likely to support this because I have also had calls from constituents that are concerned about this. the question remains in my mind. Yes, there were upset people in our customer contact center, got a lot of calls, but did they get a lot of calls because they didn't know and they were surprised and all of a sudden this change happened? Or because they're really against the idea? I don't know. And again, we're going to make another change and maybe we'll get more calls from the people who really supported the idea. And then maybe it's going to cost us more money again. I don't know. I don't know that I'm representing my constituents. I know that I've heard from a couple that are upset about the change. So this is what I feel I'm left with to make the decision. But I don't know if they're more upset about the fact that they just didn't know and they didn't want to deal with the change without having the mindset to make the change on their own, or if they just don't want it. We don't know. So that's part of that whole lesson, I guess, with consultation. And we'll probably go through the same thing when organics come in. There will be a change. We'll have to educate people in terms of how that happens. So I will support this. I like more service, as most people do, and the detriment doesn't seem to be huge. I like the measurement that Councillor Vanderstelt is asking for, but I hope our phones don't blow up in the opposite way after this. Thank you.
Second time round, Councilor McCreary, I could have sworn I saw your hand up, but I guess not. Councilor Van Tilburg, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to briefly touch on Councillor Vanderstelt's amendment that was friendly. I'm not sure 100% follow where it's going to go, so maybe that comes back to us, because I can understand where he's saying there's areas where there isn't a lot of pickup. My concern would be, what if you're the home in that area? You're saying you don't want them to get their yard waste picked up, and I don't think that's the intent of anything that does that. So, I don't know what we're going to quantify, but I do know that if I was a person paying taxes, residential taxes, and it's like, oh yeah, not coming down my street, not enough business. I don't think that's the intent. I think there's, maybe if you have whole areas that just don't have any, that's different. But I mean, what do we do if there's one? We have to kind of provide that service adequately and evenly. So I'm supporting this. I'm just saying that's my reservation on what I see in the wording there, because I don't know where it's going. I'm assuming that that's just gathering information at this time.
Okay, next up, Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess, Salvi or Indy, how do we pay for this?
So through Mayor Davis, I'm glad Councillor Sluss, you directed a question at us. I've been trying to, I can't raise my hand, but I do need to speak to this and just let council know that with our current contract, this ask may not be possible. Might be something that staff investigate, but to have the contractor, I'm not sure we're able to do that. If Selvie wants to add anything to that, but I did want to just mention that it's interesting, and I do see benefits to it, but I do want to just make sure that it is possible, and I'm not sure it is. So.
Thank you, Indy. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, our contract does not require the contractor to measure the tonnage of yard waste collected by area or ward. So this is not the data they are required to collect. So if this is something needed, we have to go back and negotiate with the contractor to see what is possible, not possible, and any financial impact, and then get back to council on that.
So we have no idea now how we're going to pay for this. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Councillor Sluss, to respond to your question about how to pay. This is paid through, the yard waste collection is paid through taxes. So the 115,000 increase next year, again, I would ask our financial staff to comment, but the yard waste program is paid by taxes.
No, I understand that, Selvie, but we're doing this in the middle of we've already approved a budget that we're operating out of, and this wasn't included in that. So now somehow we have to supplement that budget, and I wondered where and how do we supplement?
Yeah, through the chair, sorry, through Mayor Davis, the current contract doesn't have this activity, so we would have to find funding to fund this activity. So it would be probably best for us to actually report back if what would be required to renegotiate and what funding and would it be, what would the actual cost be to do this?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carpenter's not spoken yet, so you're next, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here's the map. Oh, if you can read it. I can't read it. There we go. Well, that's about as good as you can read it anyways, even when you got it in front of you. The map of biweekly yard waste. The problem resulted because, first of all, people were surprised. They weren't aware it was even coming. We didn't communicate it well to the people at home. And then we made a complicated process that made it difficult for people to know what week was theirs and what week wasn't theirs, because the wording in the phrase that said when it started and when the odd week was confusing. And a lot of people had their yard waste out and were wondering, and I was receiving calls, why hasn't it been picked up yet? I think there's more to this than that. You know, when we talk about environmental impact, we should be looking at the full cycle of environmental impact, and we're not. You know, I think we should be talking clearly about the Blue Box program as well. And the number, when we change landfill contractors, garbage collection contracts, a lot of people start throwing things that were in the Blue Box in the garbage because the new contractor starts refusing to pick up some of those blue boxes because now they have a higher criteria on how it's going to be sorted and how it's going to be collected. I can't believe council members didn't get complaints about that. I certainly did. So that every time we have a new contractor, it is problematic for the public to deal with how they want things done. And the public's not even aware of how much of that blue box that they put in the recycling bin actually goes into a landfill someplace else. And we need to track really what's really happening in the Blue Box program in Ontario and what's really being recycled and what's really not being recycled. We should stop. I mean, everybody's doing it. They're pretending what's being recycled and it's not. There's a lot of one-time use plastics that it can't be recycled that end up going to a landfill by another diesel truck that maybe ships it off to Toronto or wherever. But there's a diesel tractor loading it into a big truck at the landfill site on a regular basis. It's all dumped in one pile and then loaded into a big truck. I see it happening all the time. So, you know, the yearly waste pickup is something that people expect that they get for the taxes. We used to pick up the leaves at one time out front. We don't do that. We haven't done that for years. But the services of the taxpayer seems to be that the taxes goes up and the services go down. And then we see us building amenities, you know, big sports parks and so forth for the community at taxpayers' expense. This will for sure increase the tax rate because there's a taxes increase to this cost. But I think it's something that the public needed to be consulted. Every time I hear this council say we should consult, the first thing I think of is Airedale. But this program was not thought out well and wasn't communicated well. And I agree with the mover that this should be rolled back. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to answer a question that Councillor Antosky raised. She wondered if people were just not used to this and didn't like the change, or if they don't like the new program. And from the calls and the emails I got, the fact that it's a change isn't the problem. It's that they have so much yard waste in the spring when they clean up their yard, it needs to be picked up weekly. And so it's not just that there was a change, there is a desire to have it picked up weekly. And I think that I heard that loud and clear from the people that contacted me, and I'm sure other councillors have as well. And I'd like to thank Councillor Vanderstout for the amendment. If it's possible, it will allow us to see if there are some areas where maybe we can reduce service and people won't mind. But as one comment about the number of trees in the new section of Ward 1 explains why Councillor Weaver only got one call. In Ward 3, we've got a lot of mature trees, and we have a lot of people that put out so many bags in the fall that it completely lines the front of their yard with the bags stacked one beside the other. So it's certainly something that it is going to be different in different parts of the city, and it's going to be interesting to see what information comes back from that. Whether we do anything with that information or not is hard to say, but it will be interesting to see what information we do get back, if it's even possible to collect that information. But I'd like to thank council for supporting this. I think this is something that needs to happen, and I know a lot of my constituents will appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you very much. For clarity, first of all, the start date will be June the 4th, not June the 5th, which happens to be a Friday, which is collection day in the beautiful 3rd Ward. The bylaw would come to us on June the 1st. There's plenty of time for staff in the interim to make arrangements for this, presuming that it's going to happen based on what's hopefully a unanimous vote of this council this evening. One of the things that government doesn't do often enough is admit when you did something wrong, right? And I think that tonight we passed this. We admit that this was an error, and you know, I think we can offer something in the way of an apology for all the inconvenience that our citizens have suffered and some angst by a lot of folks. This came right to council tonight, and with some degree of certainty that nothing was being sprung on members of council, because really all the information that we need, we've debated a number of times on this. We know the numbers, we know the circumstances. I'm loath to say that it's not a lot of money. I can remember a friend of mine getting in trouble for saying that on camera one night, that a certain amount was not a lot of money. Every taxpayer's dollar is important, but I'll remind committee that over the last little while, we spent $25,000 on flagpoles and $500,000 on a downtown security program. This is a service that folks have come to need, desire, and want. With respect to money, anytime you have a change order with a contractor, you can expect you're going to come out on the bottom end of that, and this is certainly no exception to that. It's why I've over the years wanted to make sure that we get our options up front with contractors, so that that's spoken to in the contract, and we don't end up on the bottom end of the negotiation, which we generally do. When one only needs to look around the community on every week and see that every week there's garbage, there's brown bags out everywhere. People just don't know what to do. People make mistakes, and I've had a number of constituents say to me that they intend to put their clippings and their leaves in black plastic bags and put them out to the curb because they don't want to deal with the smell. And I ask them not to do that, but I know darn well that's what they're going to do, because they have to deal with, you know, the problem that we've created, not in our, you know, not for us, but for them on their properties, dealing with the odor, dealing with the broken bags. It's pretty awful for the folks that are suffering through this. And, you know, really we're doing this because we're trying to do our bit to save the world, which is laudable. But I would say to members of council that I think pretty much everybody in the city of Brantford that drives is doing their bit to save the world with respect to the huge increase we've had at the gas pumps since the implementation of the new carbon tax, which increased the old carbon tax, which increased the excise tax. So it's kind of like our gas bill now. Today I paid $85 for $22 worth of natural gas. Thank you, Government of Canada. And lastly, you know, people see this as it's an expression of their tax dollars, okay? And every citizen that called me said, you know what, I don't ask a lot from the city of Brantford. I like to have my garbage picked up. I want my yard waste. I want my street cleaned. You know, I pay a lot in taxes, and here you take this basic service away from me. And I agree that what we did wasn't fair. It wasn't borne out by any sort of consultation, as Councillor Carpenter said earlier. And tonight we've got the chance to make this right for our constituents, for our taxpayers, and say to them that we made a mistake and we're very sorry that we inconvenienced them. And Mayor, I hope this will be a unanimous vote tonight.
All right, Madam Clerk, take the roll, please.
Certainly, just prior to the vote, just confirming that the June 4th date has been adjusted. I assume that was a friendly put forward by the mover and seconder, so I did adjust that accordingly.
Yep.
Item 15.1 being the yard waste collection services has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor: Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, Councillor Vanderstel, I think you got two notices of motion. If you please read the title of your notices of motion.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. The first is Oak Park Road Extension. Second notice of motion is community safety zones. Thank you.
Okay, on we'll go to bylaws. So Councillor Celeste, if you would please move the motion for first, second reading of the bylaws, state your seconder and read the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley. Bylaw 117-21 is a bylaw to provide for the collection of taxes for the year 2021. 21-59 Finance Committee Report 2021-02-10. Bylaw 118-2021 is a bylaw to limit tax decreases on commercial, industrial, and multi-residential properties as a means of funding the capping limit on tax increases for 2021. Finance Committee Report 2021-02-10. Bylaw 119-2021 is a bylaw to levy taxes on certain railway lands and power utility lands for the year 2021. Finance Committee Report 2021-02-10. Bylaw 120-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Ada Ave, Schedule 7. Parking prohibited at any time. Committee of a Whole Operations and Admin Report 2021-0504. Bylaw 121-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaws 37-83, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the city of Brantford, Palmerston, Schedule 6, one-way streets 2021-317. Committee of the Whole Operations and Admin Report 2021-0504. Bylaw 122-2020 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010, being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies and create a corporate policy manual, repeal Parks and Recreation-008 Community Standards Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Recreation-001, Collection of Management Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Recreation-011, Conservation Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Rec 012, Exhibition Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks of Recreation-013, Interpretation Education Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Recreation-014, Staff Training Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Recreation-015, Research Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site and Parks and Recreation 016, Collections Development Policy, Bell Homestead National Historic Site, and replace with Parks and Recreation 020, Bell Homestead National Historic Site, Museum Operations Policy 2021-355 from the Committee of the Whole Operations and Admin Report 2021-0504. Bylaw 123-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010, being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies. Corporate Policy 04, flag flying at municipal venues. Corporate Policy 049, community requests, proclamations, and flag raising ceremonies. 2021-346, Committee of the Whole Operations Admin Report 2021-05-04. Bylaw 124-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 160-90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location, use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford. PZ-10-20, 10 Jubilee Ave, 2021-304, Committee of the Whole Community Development Report 2021-05-11. Bylaw 126-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the city of Brantford, Brentwood Park Road, Schedule 5, lane designations, Schedule 14, designated bike lanes, Schedule 8, speed regulations, 2021-210, Committee of the Whole Community Development Report, 2021-05-11. Bylaw 127-2021 is a bylaw of the city of Brantford to relieve certain parts of lots or blocks from the provisions of section 50-5 of the Planning Act RSO 1990 as amended, part law control, 522 to 540 Gray Street, Block 3, 2M, 1959. Committee of the Whole Community Development Report 2021-05-11. Bylaw 128-2021, being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 14-2021 and to repeal bylaw number 211-2019 of the Corporation of the City of Brantford, Finance Committee Report 2021-05-12. Bylaw 129-2021, being a bylaw to repeal bylaw 89-2018, Finance Committee Report 2021-05-012. Bylaw 130-2021, being a bylaw to establish area-specific development charges, reserve funds for the Northern Settlement Area and Tootla Heights Settlement Area, Finance Committee Report 2021-05-12. Bylaw 131-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Elgin Street, Schedule 9, parking prohibited during certain times. Public Works Policy 021, amending on-street parking regulations. Bylaw 132-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Galemount Court, Schedule 7, parking prohibited anytime. Bylaw 133-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Marlborough Street, Schedule 26, accessible parking zone. Bylaw 134-2021 is a bylaw to amend County of Brant bylaw number 60-16 as it affects the annexed area described in the order made under the Municipal Act 2001, City of Brantford, County of Brant, dated December 13, 2016, by adding short-term rental accommodation as a definition permitting the use in all zones where residential uses are permitted, and adding general provisions for short-term rental accommodations. Committee of the Whole Report 2021-05-11. Bylaw 135-2021 is a bylaw to amend bylaw 160-90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford by removing the holding provision from the subject lands, PZ-16-18, from the Committee of the Whole Report 2020-01-14. Bylaw 136-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford with respect to the meeting held on May 25th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Slash. So we're going to automatically separate bylaw 124. That's because of the conflict of Councillors McCreary and Vanderstelt. Also, bylaw 125 and 134, as Councillor Vanderstelt has a conflict on the item with that bylaw. So does anybody want other bylaws separate? Councillor Carpenter.
126.
Any other bylaws anybody wish to separate? Okay. Take those individually then.
Certainly. So, Mayor, if you'll just indulge me for just one moment, when Councillor Slash was being very diligent in reading the list, he also included the items that were deferred and were actually stricken off on the screen. So what I need to clarify for council is that item 124-2021 and 134-2021 are actually part of the deferral that happened earlier this evening, and it would not be enacted tonight. They have been deferred.
Right.
And 128 was also just read in, which was already disposed of.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Tanya. So let's proceed to take the vote then, first and second reading. Well, first of all, any discussion on first and second reading bylaw 124/2021, which has been separated? Not seeing raised hands. Madam Clerk, take the vote on that.
So 124 is the bylaw that was deferred.
Oh,
So
sorry.
so the first bylaw that was separated that has not been deferred would be the 126, which was just separated by Councillor Carpenter, and then 125 is the remaining conflict bylaw. So whatever order you would like to.
All right, so we've got,
for them.
so we have 126, we have 125, and what about 134?
134 was deferred. Those are the two bylaws associated with the short-term accommodation rental.
Yeah, okay, got it. All right, so let's, any discussion on bylaw 126? Councilor McCurry?
Mayor, I just want clarity that the items for which both Councillor Vanderstilt and I declared conflicts, the Jubilee Ave and the condominium, sorry, the condominium, I guess, doesn't have a bylaw, but Jubilee has been dealt with and it's not included in what we're voting for now?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Is that correct, Tanya?
Sorry, 124 is the one with the conflict. 125 is the short-term accommodation. So 124 still needs to be separated for the conflict for both Vanderstelt and McCreary.
Okay, so we've got 124, we have 125, and we have 126, right?
No to 125. 125 is short-term. 124 is the conflict. 126 is the separation by Councillor Carpenter.
So we got 126. We're dealing with that right now.
126.
Correct. Councillor Carpenter, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I wanted to speak to this because if you read the bylaw talks about separating bike lanes, and it talks about parking restrictions, but the only thing I want to clarify with staff that's happening here is the speed limit is changing from 50 to 40 along the whole distance of Brentwood Park Road, and nothing else is changing. I need that confirmed.
Staff confirm that, please, for Councillor Carpenter, which was my understanding when I read it, but.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Davis. That's how I read it as well, is that this is just a speed amendment to that
Yes,
road.
general population reads it, they won't read it. They're not used to these bylaws, so I wanted to make it clear to them that there's no changes happening. I think we've all had enough emails. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can take the vote then on 126 with that clarification.
Mayor Davis, we're just waiting for your response, and I do believe Councillor Weaver has left. I'm just confirming that I do not see him in the meeting anymore.
That way.
So the first and second reading for bylaw 126-2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelt, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis.
All right, let's take the vote, please. First and second reading of the balance of the bylaws. We're not separated for discussion purposes.
All remaining bylaws that have not been separated for discussion purposes have carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Vanderstelt, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis still have 124 to complete.
Okay, 124. Thanks for reminding me of that. So 124, any discussion on 124? Separated because of the conflict with Councillor McCreary. Not seeing any raised hands. Madam Clerk, please take the vote on 124.
Bylaw 120, first and second reading for Bylaw 124-2021 is carried on a recorded vote of 7-1. Those voting in favor, Councilors Utley, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councilor Carpenter, noting conflicts for both Councilor Vanderstel and Councilor McCurry.
All right, let's go to third reading. I believe Councilor Wall, you've got that resolution. Just please read it and state your seconder.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Counselor Van Tilburg. Sorry, it's gone. That the bylaws be read for a final and third time and approved by the clerk, I believe is the wording, more or less.
Well, bylaws 117 through to 127.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I said.
Okay. Just confirming.
Thank you, Mayor Davis.
All right, so well, take it. Well, Councilor Carpenter, did you want 126 separated again?
No, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. We're good.
Okay. All right, so we do have 124 being separated because of Councilor McCurry's conflict. Does anybody else want any of the bylaws separated for third reading? Seeing no raised hands, so Tawny, we could take, first of all, we have bylaw 124. Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, could you please take the vote on that one?
Okay, certainly. So through the chair, just so we'll clarify as well that Councillor Wall, your motion would actually read that the bylaw 117 to 2021 through to and including bylaw 124-2021, bylaw 126 2021, and bylaw 129 through to including bylaw 133-2021 and 135 2021 and 136 2021 be taken as read a third time and finally passed by the mayor and clerk. I've skipped over the items that were deferred and given you the numbers.
Thank you.
No problem. So now we're moving on to 126, correct, Mayor Davis? Thank you.
And that's entirely appropriate because it was Councilor Wall who's responsible for it. We're bringing that motion to defer those items. Okay, so yeah, we're dealing with bylaw 124. Not seeing any discussion. Please call the vote on 124. Third reading.
Third and final reading of bylaw 124-2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 7-1. Those voting in favor, Councilors Utley, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councilor Carpenter, noting conflicts for both Councilor McCurry and Councilor Vanderstel.
Okay. So the balance of the bylaws, please. Third reading.
My apologies, Mayor Davis. The way I programmed that still had conflicts for Councilor Vanderstel and Councilor McCurry. I'm just going to stop this vote and reprogram it to not have those conflicts impact the vote. Councilor Wall and Councilor Slass, we're just awaiting your responses. Thank you. The third and final reading of all remaining bylaws that were not separated as carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis, leaving bylaw 126 remaining.
And take the vote, third reading, please, on 126. No, we didn't have 126. 126 was not separated. It was only separated for first and second reading.
My apologies. When I was preparing, I thought that 126 was still separated, so that 126 would have been included in the omnibus that we just did. Thank
Right.
you.
Right. Okay, so that's what happens when you extend beyond 10 o'clock. All right, let's move then to board announcements. And we'll start. Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything that I can't use social media for. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
No announcements, thank you.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank all the public members who took on a slow down sign for their streets, their homes, their neighborhoods. I think the slow down signs have been a lot more popular than anticipated, and we ran out of signs fairly quickly. So I just wanted to let the public know that if you're still looking for a sign, we may not get you one this year, but if you could call in to our staff member, Jennifer Middleton, she'll put you on a wait list for next year, or if one comes available this year, we can make that available for you. But I'm just pleased with the response from the public. They feel that they're doing something themselves to help or stop speeding drives, or at least get the word out. It may not stop some individuals, but I think this has been a pretty good start so far. Number two is I want to thank everyone that's participating in the Clean Brantford program and picking up litter when you go for a walk, and not litter as well. So I don't know if it's COVID related or not, but there seems to have been less litter this year, the past 12 months, than I've seen in a while. And I would hope that the message is getting out there that let's be proud of our city, and we can all play our part in keeping it clean and tidy. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor, there's a Homedale Neighborhood Association meeting tomorrow night at 6 via Zoom, and I hope people in the Homedale area can participate. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a big shout out to all the volunteers this past weekend who put in community gardens and their host gardens. We've got 22 community gardens in the city of Brantford, well, 20 in the city of Brantford and 2 in the county. We've expanded this year. And we've got, I believe it's 60 host gardens who are growing at home with the commitment that they will donate back 20% to the community. So a big shout out to all of them who worked very hard in that heat under the COVID restrictions. So, very different circumstances, but still with the great benefits. And hopefully before the end of the summer, we'll be able to get back to normal and be meeting at the gardens. But if you have a community garden in your neighborhood, reach out to the champion, volunteer, help, and thank those volunteers who are helping neighborhoods be food secure. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky, I'm happy to tell you that my little wildflower garden is sprouting and it's doing great.
Awesome. Pollinator patch.
The pollinator patch, yeah. Councillor Wall.
Yeah, mine is about the neighborhood associations, but Eagle Place Community Association is looking for certain property owners to put those slow down signs, and they're rotating the signs throughout the neighborhood. So if you want to be one of those neighbors, reach out to Mandy and the team at the Eagle Place Community Association. And then of course, always check out the East Ward Echo Place Neighborhood Association and the Downtown Central Neighborhood Association, because they're awesome associations, great people doing great things in a community near you.
Councillor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to remind people that we do have a bylaw regarding fireworks. fireworks are permitted on the 3 days of each long weekend. The next one is Canada Day. If you have a concern about unsafe use of fireworks or fireworks in a public park or a trail or a constrained backyard, the people to call is the Brantford Fire Service. They will respond to every call for which you make. Doesn't do you any good to phone City Hall because it's too late by then to complain the next day about it. So we've done the bylaw. It's up to you folks now to ensure that it's enforced. Secondly, thanks to the folks in and around Arctic Park for their calls and suggestions about improvements there. We'll be getting on that as quick as we can. And lastly, thank you to the Ford government who took our advice and opened up the golf courses.
Councillor Sluts.
Been covered, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, I think that I've just finished signing all the bylaws. That completes our business for Tuesday, May the 25th.
Good night, everybody. Stay
Good night,
safe.
everyone.
10:40.